the scene with Dennis Ozawa, is that correct? When you arrived on scene, did you interview anyone at Paladura?
We did.
Who did you interview at Paladura?
That's going to be Virgo.
Okay. In addition, did you speak with the children there, or was that over at the Porcupine Rim scene?
Porcupine Rim.
Okay, so let's move forward to the Porcupine Rim scene. When you arrive at that scene, what do you observe?
When Detective Ozal and I arrived on scene, we observed Devyn Michaels going between the house and her vehicle, which is the Nissan Armada. And then I believe there was one child kind of playing around in there.
Okay. Did you notice anything at the Porcupine Rim scene as you arrived other than Devyn Michaels?
I did. As we walked up the driveway of the residence, kind of off to the side, which would be near the opening of the garage door, there was a black cell phone.
Okay. And when you say off to the side, do you mean actually on the driveway?
It was on the driveway.
And which side of the Nissan Armada was it?
It would be to the left.
Okay. So the driver's side.
Correct.
Okay. When you observed the cell phone on the driveway, on the driver's side of the Armada, do you immediately go grab it, or what are you thinking at that time?
No, at that point we made note of it. That's something that we're going to want to include in our search warrant. So at that time we're leaving that so that we can collect it in a way that we can have it forensically analyzed later.
Okay. And I would presume at that point when you see it from a distance, you don't realize there's blood on it.
Correct.
But you're noting it, you're not telling the defendant about it, you're just, okay, that's noted, and you move on.
Yes.
And you indicated previously that you had an opportunity to speak with the girls, the young girls, is that right?
Yes.
And they indicated to you that the Devier had been home with them last night.
That's correct.
We went through the first interview in the beginning of your testimony, you recall that?
Yes.
And also, I called it the first interview. This is actually the second interview conducted by detectives, but the first that you were involved.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to ask you, but how were you approaching this second interview when you first go in? What's your mindset?
Sure. So whenever we're contacting someone for the first time, we try to use a free format. We will ask them questions and allow them to give us a narrative in their own words. They're explaining the situation, the story, all of the things that they want to organically just tell us. And then we may ask a couple follow-up clarifying questions and sometimes repeat back to them what they told us so that we can feel comfortable that we understand what they're trying to tell us.
And you are aware that there was an interview conducted with the defendant prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And this second interview, your first,
Yes.
was that investigative type, open-ended, like, hey, give us any information you deem relevant kind of thing?
Correct.
Okay. And just to briefly summarize, there was some discussion about, in that second interview, your first, the day before, shopping for school supplies, the defendant acknowledged she had been with the victim, and then she said he was alive and well in the garage when she left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this first interview you're involved in, we heard a little girl's voice approach. Is that correct?
It is.
Describe that, what happened, and what that meant to you.
So while we were interviewing Miss Michaels, we are engaged in our conversation. To be honest with you, I'm not sure which of the daughters, their names I still get mixed up. She had approached the window and she has the cell phone that we believe is the one we previously saw on the driveway. And she says, "Mommy, here's Daddy's cell phone. That's why he didn't answer." There was a physical reaction from this, from Devyn, and she takes the phone, she hands it to us, and she made a comment, "This should help you." And then that's pretty much changed the tone a little bit to casual conversations to then it became a little bit more flustered.
Okay. And is it at that point where you noticed the blood on the phone?
Correct.
And I would imagine that's important for an investigator.
Very much so.
You, I believe, previously indicated that after that first interview, a search warrant is authored and conducted on the home and the vehicles outside the home at Porcupine Rim. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of that, we know the wallet with the current ID is found. It's tied in several bags in the defendant's underwear drawer, and it's kind of tucked away. Is that right?
Yes,
And then within that same bag is the truck keys.
yes,
The social security card was found, but that was in her purse, not hidden away with the other stuff.
right.
We were about halfway through that second interview when we had to break on Friday. And so just describe for us how you're approaching this second interview differently, knowing what you know about the blood on the phone and the items found in the home.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the first interview is going to be more of a format that allows the subject to give us their narrative, their truth, what they want to tell us. The second interview, we've now discovered some evidence inside the home. There's some things that we need to confront her with. So the tempo of the interview, the tone changes. It becomes a little bit more direct. Okay, you said that this happens, but now we have this. For instance, the wallet. We didn't know about the wallet. That wasn't brought up in the first interview. So now we are going to be targeting her, asking direct questions, and it can be accusatory in nature.
Okay. And so we left off at 36:55, but just because we were really cutting it close, I want to start back at about 30 minutes of that interview and then resume. I may pause it a couple of times and ask you some questions, okay? May I, Judge?
Yes.
What do they look like?
Remind us what you did this is.
6:20, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't know, like I have all of his whole driver's license, that he had all of his old stuff.
Okay. And then a whole wallet with the driver's license? How many do you think you have?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they both in wallets or
Yeah, and we have an old one of Devyn's as well.
in separate wallets?
No, just in separate places.
Okay. Where was those other ones? Like the ones for Jonathan? Where did you keep those at?
The one drawer in Devyn's in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in like my drawer with like some doorknobs and stuff, and then the other one's in like a nightstand for on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone too.
Oh, maybe. And why does he give you those, or why do you have them?
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that.
About
Like the social and everything.
what?
And I have the EBT card, and you could see at the gas station, he handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code, and then he gave me the other one.
What was that?
I said, this is good.
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things, and you're asking me about it, and
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why.
I mean, you can see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something. Like,
And that's the EBT card?
yes, sir. And it's at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
The hard code.
No, and not the Arco. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped. And I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Do you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it. It's by the Burger King.
Burger King, you know, like,
It's
general
off the
area.
Pecos and Windmill. It's like right there. You can
Pecos Window, Burger King.
There's a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks
Like
right.
on the corner?
He was telling me about the man that works there, and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time do you think that was at?
That was after we unloaded everything. We went right there, and I got a Monster drink, and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left,
When we got back to his side of town.
So coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So, like, so after, it'd be after 9 o'clock. And that's when he gave you his EBT card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me and he walks out the door.
So that's right, that's near his place. You said Pecos and Window? The Burger King?
Yes, sir. Like,
So detective, we're now talking about kind of the social security card, the wallet. There's an EBT card that's referenced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Before we move on, I want to ask you about an exchange that was a bit earlier in the interview, but would be duplicative for me to play again. Earlier on in the interview, you had confronted the defendant about the bloody phone, correct?
Yes.
And what was her general response with regard to that?
As far as the acknowledgement of the phone,
Yes.
she was surprised about the phone being at the residence.
Okay.
And it really threw her off when her daughter handed her the phone, and it changed the tone of
Yeah.
our interview.
And she claimed she was surprised. You're not saying she actually
Yes.
was?
No,
Okay.
she appeared to be very surprised.
Okay. And you had asked, and I'm simplifying, you had asked something to the effect of, well, how does blood end up on the phone? Does he hurt himself or something like that? You remember
Correct.
that? Describe that exchange.
So once we have the phone in our possession, we do note, and also her child noted that there was apparent blood on the phone. That's of great concern, and of course, we're going to address that at the time. Began asking Devyn some questions related to that. She mentioned that he had injured his hand, and I believe she specifically said he took a chunk, and he being Jonathan, out of his hand. Then went into great detail, which stood out to me because the entire interview, there hadn't been any detail on anything. It was very generalities. There wasn't a lot of, it was like, I don't remember. But in this case, she went into extreme great detail about the table, how it folded, where it was in the garage, how he had hurt himself.
And to be fair to the defendant, I believe she said, John told me that he hurt himself. I didn't see it, but she knew it, or claimed she knew what he hurt himself on and that it was a very large injury.
Correct. And in addition to that, she did not see any blood or injuries on John's hands.
And detective, you've reviewed the autopsy photos in this case.
Yes, I have.
Were there any bleeding injuries to the victim's body other than his decapitation?
No.
We're going to resume the interview now.
he kept,
There's in 2 gas stations, there's a Chevron right there on the corner.
I think it's like a Charlotte's.
Okay, so it's over there, and then across Candy Corner from that gas station is another gas station, I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure that other one, but
But it was next to the Burger King. Okay.
yeah, please check the security. You can see him, and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on to him and keep him safe, and that's what I was doing.
That was the social security card, what about his driver's license?
I've always had a driver's license. He's
The
always,
problem I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current, it's not.
but he just gave it to me.
I know, but he would need that for work. That's
He has
why I asked
another
you.
one.
You said that he gave you an old one, you had it in the drawer.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house. There's more than one.
Okay, and if this one's expired in 2025, that's gonna be his newest one. It's weird that you have his latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in the drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. It should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right?
Okay, did you understand that?
I understand, but I also have social security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help, and it's not helping me. I got it.
Well, yeah, is that, just being able to explain some of the stuff, that's all we need is
I'm
explanation.
trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid. And
Especially a driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe. But no, social security card or birth certificate, I completely understand. Especially if somebody is in transition in their life and they're wanting to find a new place to live, want your work.
but I don't know what else was in it. It was just a lot of things.
Okay. But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you.
No, it was a lot of things, like, it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black box, what are those called?
But not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like, you saw him pull it out for
Yeah.
instance. So he had his,
So Detective, you're now confronting the defendant with regard to the wallet and all that was found in the plastic bags.
Correct.
Those were sealed when they were found, correct?
They were.
So let's step back a moment to the phone, because they kind of tie together. She is not telling you that the phone is part of this chunk of items that John allegedly gave her in this bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the victim's phone, did you ultimately learn that was in fact his blood and DNA, the victim's, on that phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you ultimately learn from other sources, not the defendant, but other sources, when John's phone was last at his home and when it left?
Yes, so one of my partners had authored a search warrant for Google. We had also done some call data records as well, but the Google itself came in quite a bit later. So this is something that we found out after the crime, obviously, and after all the interviews had been settled. But we noted that the return showed that John's phone was at the home on Paladura, which is where he resides, from 10 o'clock till it began to travel or move at about 2:04 a.m.
And what else traveled or moved at 2:04 a.m.?
So I'm not sure exactly what's been testified to yet, but at 2:04 is when it's alleged that Devyn left the home. She traveled. We have her cell phone or CDR records, as well as the Burla, which again, I'm not sure if that's been testified to. That is the infotainment system that we authored a search warrant on. It shows those three devices together in a companion movement all the way back to Porcupine Rim.
So 3 devices, meaning the Nissan itself, the defendant's cell phone, and the victim's cell phone as well.
That's correct.
Based upon the fact that there is blood on the cell phone and all of that you just testified, what did you deduce about our timeline of homicide?
Well, after having the information from the autopsy, which was there was no bloodletting injuries short of his obvious cause of death, which was the decapitation, there was no reason there should have been blood on that cell phone, because any bloodletting would have been after the homicide. So for the phone to arrive and be discovered at Porcupine Rim with blood on it indicated to me that that is something that was on the phone before it left that house.
At 2:04 a.m.
Correct.
And therefore, did you narrow down the bloodletting to between 10 p.m. on the 6th and 2:04 a.m. on the 7th?
Yes, sir.
We're going to resume the interview.
so when we find his wallet, he's gonna have his driver's license and his cards. I just don't know why some driver's license. But not, he didn't give you.
I always, when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like, he's like, hold on to this. And
Yeah, but you guys don't have a relationship right now.
we actually were,
So you're closer than we thought.
yes. I would,
Are you?
he asked me to marry him yesterday.
Okay.
Does that make
sense? To know your relationship, you had mentioned was getting reconnected, but that's more important.
Right, and you can ask the girls, that he told the girls we were gonna get back married, and they were gonna be the flower girls and stuff like that. He was trying to get back together, and I was helping him break all of these little bad habits that he was doing.
So then he gives you the EBT card for one of the girls. Where's the other one from?
I have 2 EBT cards.
Do you have both girls' EBT cards now?
No, they're not the girls' EBTs, he said one was Andrea's, and the code,
I was using Android.
he gave me hers. I haven't used it, he gave me hers at the gas station. And then he has the other one that he got.
Okay. Where's that EBT card now?
They're both in my purse.
Okay. You know you can't have that, right?
Yes, but I know he gave them to me.
That doesn't make it right.
No, but I can't use them, but I understand, but you can see he handed it to me.
you're not understanding that, you can't do that, so.
No, I know I can't use them. I don't believe he can use it because it's Andreas and not his.
Right. Is Andrea mad that you have the EBT card, did you get it? Because she's got it now, that's her money.
No, he said that she gave it to him because she can't use it in the state that she's in.
Because then he was just using it to fill his void for money.
That's what he said. He said, but at any moment she can cancel it.
Yeah, but she wasn't. So if he wants to marry you, he's telling the girls to be flower girls, yet you're still wearing a ring, and so is Dev.
This ring I bought on my own from Macy's. It had nothing, no, this wasn't a symbol
You just
for
told
me.
me that it was a symbol.
I said-
to have a best friend connection with Dev.
We do have a
You wear the
connection.
wedding ring too, and that's something that is a respectful thing, part of your marriage.
Yeah.
But now you're telling me that you and your ex were talking about getting married.
No.
And you just took a ring off last night from another female and threw it away. But yet.
You're taking what I'm saying, but
I'm
you're-
not, it's fact, it's what you said.
No, I understand, that's what I said, but that's not exactly the situation. You're taking it and,
Okay,
so let me,
here's what you told us so far. Your ex needs a place to stay.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
he's trying to get out of his mother's house.
yes, no.
You were kind enough to allow him to move into the house with you, your current husband, which is your best friend, and your 2 girls, which the girls just moved back in May.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys are trying to make it a family. You were saying that he was supposed to like slowly move in, that things were progressing slowly. Now you're telling me that he's wanting to marry you. He mentioned that yesterday. He even talked to the kids about it. And that your relationship has now progressed past just slowly kind of
No, ma'am, you're misunderstanding. He has mentioned getting married in front of the girls. Our relationship is not rekindling on a physical level or romantic level, but we are trying to reconnect and have a family for the girls. Yes, he has said we should get married, and he's saying it more, for my opinion, on a joking thing, but he has said that in front of the girls. That was not said yesterday. Okay?
When was that said in front of the girls?
I would say over a month ago.
Okay, and what did you say in return in front of the girls?
I didn't say anything, I just looked at him and rolled my eyes.
So are the girls, when I talk to them, going to say that they don't think you guys are getting married?
Oh yeah, they'll tell you that.
That you guys are not getting back together?
No. Because at one point I was telling him I didn't think it would be a good idea for him to be here, and it would be too hectic. So they will definitely tell you I was not trying to marry him.
Did you say anything to Deb about it?
Oh yeah, I've told him that John keeps trying to say he wants to, get back together.
I thought you were
I've
talking to him now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then him moving in now was just a platonic friendly relationship.
It's not a, yes, yes.
This is
It's-
when he had sleep plans.
I was gonna clear out the sewing room that's out there. He said he wanted the loft because it was the cooler place, but I was gonna give him the sewing room because there is more than enough room.
And then Deb sleeps on the sofa.
Sometimes, or he does sleep on the bed, like I said, when we watch movies and he knocks out within minutes.
And then have you guys ever had a sexual relationship?
Yeah, we had.
Okay. But
And
it's not there now.
no, I can't even have sex now.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to have
I
sex.
understand, but no.
Okay, so you guys have no connection that way at all.
No.
Okay. That would complicate it a lot. Having your ex with him, that's not an interest in a relationship.
I understand. You can have all my medical records and everything like that. I have to take hormones just to,
I understand. But like I said, there's a lot of different ways to have sex. It doesn't have to be penetration. There's a lot of things that a couple can do. And obviously you did that in the beginning, but just not now. So much changed.
pain.
Well, not to be crass with you, but I think I need to be direct with you.
Pain.
You can give a male a hand job.
No,
And that gives you a connection with that person in a sexual way, that gives it a relationship. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? There's a lot of different things that you can do for a male that you're connected with.
If you ever see him saying that we're not
Like that. I'm just trying to answer, like, get all the questions answered.
I'm not-
That's
I
right,
can't
right.
answer questions.
And I'm cool with we got married for this, the race, that to me is a lot. That's probably the most odd thing about it for me. Is that,
It's just I like my ring.
but he's wearing a ring, so he's wearing a white ring.
He wears a lot of rings though,
He's wearing a white ring.
but he does wear more than one ring though. So, and he's bought them for himself.
Sure. I got mine.
No, I mean, but I didn't buy them for them to be symbolic. He's bought his own rings to wear.
And where did you guys get married? You guys got married?
What was that? The flamingo thing?
So you guys had the ceremony on the courthouse?
Yeah, it was free. I got a coupon thing, and that was cheaper.
And you just did it out there in chapel and the flamingo.
Yeah, and there was the one witness, and that was it.
Oh, sure, that does.
So you said that you guys have not, like, you and Devyn, right, have been in for a while. How long are we talking? Like,
Years since he's been back.
what do you mean since he's been back?
He moved out of the state.
And Devyn says he's been living here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he got moved out of the state. He lived in California, and then he moved back, lived with John, and then he came back this way.
Okay, so since he's been back, you guys have not.
No, sir. I stopped being physical probably in 2020, and I was having all my issues because I had surgery after surgery.
Okay, but he was already living here.
He wasn't living with me.
Because he was telling me that he's lived here for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but he wasn't living with me the whole time. He was living with John at Palladora.
When I say living here, I mean like he actually said like he's lived here at this house. How long have you lived at this house?
I've been here for 3 years.
And then when did he come back to Nevada? I guess I don't know what we're saying.
I would say I've been here for 3 years, so at least 2 years ago.
And then prior to living here for 3 years, where were you staying before that?
Decatur and Mars,
And then how long were you at that place?
less than 1 year.
And then prior to that place,
It was at Wild Magic,
where's that at?
89129.
Like what area though? Like major cross streets?
Craig's and Tanea. Right, but we were close to where JC lives.
And then did your kids live with you at that time?
Yeah, they've always lived with me. They've only not lived with me for the short period of time of 9 months.
And going back to the ID and stuff, you said it was, yeah, you had one that is in a bunch of bags in your drawer. When did he give you that?
Yesterday. With the IDs and the social security card.
And was that at the house that he gave that? Don't see it.
Yes, sir.
So he handed you a bag yesterday. Do you remember what was in it?
No, he just handed it to me and I put it in the bags. Because I just wanted them out the way.
Okay.
So I'm not sure exactly what's in it. I didn't go through it.
So explain that part to me as far as like when he did that and what did you do? So like where are you guys at when he handed you like that sack of stuff?
In his room area, and he handed me the little square thing. He says, hold on to this, and he handed me the other thing because this is my social. He says, just keep it safe. And that's all I was gonna do. So I wrapped it up, and I was gonna put the social in the security box, and I just didn't have the chance to do it.
What else? Did he give you anything else?
He gave me his guns.
Anything else? Like, there's a set of keys in that bag too.
The keys are from Andrea's stuff.
The set of keys that are in that bag. Like the bag
No,
that,
the keys are my keys.
where do those go to?
My car.
So you have,
Detective, we're going to pause real briefly. Throughout the course of the investigation, did you learn that no spare set of Chevy keys for John's truck were ever discovered?
Yes,
In fact, after the defendant was arrested for the homicide, was there some communication with Yoko about returning the keys?
yes.
And why was that?
There were no set of keys for John's truck found in the home or anywhere else after searching all the residences other than the keys that were in the bag.
And so you had to return those keys to her so she could do whatever she was going to do financially with the truck.
Correct.
bag that you put, plastic bag that you wrapped his ID in that he gave you, had a set of your keys in there?
I'm still lost.
I just wanted, like, when he handed you a bunch of stuff, he only gave you the wallet with the ID in it? Did he hand you anything else?
And a social security card.
Okay, because in that bag that it was wrapped in, that you said you wrapped it in, there was also a set of vehicle keys in there.
I don't remember giving the keys.
Because I guess that's my question. Like, why would he give you? Why would he give you his wallets, social security card, which is like detective scanner's asking, also, and then also a set of keys.
I don't remember the keys. I just know the wallet and the social security card.
And then you put that in a plastic bag while you were at that house.
I just grabbed everything and tied it and tied it and tied it and tied it.
So the only thing he handed you, like, so I'm giving you this stuff. What exactly does he hand you?
I remember seeing a wallet, and I went like this. He dropped it in, and I just started tightening it away.
So it was just a wallet then?
That's all I remember seeing. I do not remember seeing keys, but he dropped it in the bag. Like I just took it and tied it away.
And was this in the garage?
No, sir, it was in his room.
Inside the room in the house?
Yes, sir.
And was that before you guys went into the garage?
That was before we left. And then he also said, make sure the guns are safe. And we didn't take the ammo. So I carried on.
Detective, was this timeline that the defendant gave you notable?
It was.
And why is that?
Specifically, the keys being in the bag and the wallet. When they leave the Paladura residence, she'll indicate that they were in his truck and then drove back to his house, or back to her house on Porcupine Rim. However, the keys have been tied up in that bag because she indicates in her statement, I tied them, and that's exactly how we found them in the drawer.
And so we know based on not only the defendant's statements, but witnesses and technological evidence that it wasn't the Nissan Verla that they made the last trip to Porcupine Rim in and then returned to Paladura. It was the victim's truck.
That's correct.
And so she's saying the keys or whatever he put into the plastic bag that she tied up over and over and over were given before that last trip to Porcupine Rim.
Yes.
One of the guns, and he carried out a bow and a crossbow looking thing, and another gun.
Okay, so that was before you left there, between 9 and 10?
No, that was like at 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
And we came this way.
And then what did you do with that bulk stuff?
When I got here, I put it in the drawer, like just to keep it out of the way.
And then you guys drove back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he have keys to his truck?
Yes, sir, we drove his truck.
Do you remember where he put his keys to the truck? So we can't find his keys to the truck at his house.
They were on the table.
Which table?
The table that had like all this looking stuff and like the grinder and everything like that. All of that was sitting right there.
And his keys to the truck.
Yeah. The only keys I picked up were the ones that had the little thing on it that said Andrea, because Yoko said bring them to her and put them in the little thing. That's the only thing I picked up.
Okay. So you don't know what keys are actually in that bag that you wrapped everything in?
No, sir. Like I said, he said keep the safe. I took the plastic bag and he dropped it in and I started tightening it up. And then he handed me the other thing, and I was just gonna put that into a safe.
Okay. So, like what we were saying is, a lot of the stuff now is like how you're saying you're talking it out loud and it just doesn't sound well.
I understand that, but you didn't know John. You didn't understand his mannerisms.
I know, but when we talked to you earlier, like these are the things when we were saying, like, hey, be as sure as possible. Like, what were you guys doing? Like, you say you're packing, doing this, but like specifics, like stuff that's important. All that would have been really important for us to know.
I do apologize, but that's not things that were like kind of going through my head at the time to remember. It's like when you say this, it's like, okay, I remember this now. And you say something else, then I can recall more information. I'm trying to remember as much as I possibly can for you.
Okay, because like how you said how it doesn't look well, I agree with you now because you have his social security card, you have his wallet and his ID. There's possibly a set of keys that looks like might be his truck keys in that bag.
Okay.
So,
But I'm sure he's got I got more than one key for my car.
Not keychains on it. Spare keys that have keychains on it.
like it's not just like a key with a key fob. It's like, it looks like his personal set of keys.
Like I said, he put it in the bag. I just tied it up. That's all I did. And I think there's like 3 bags around it, 3 or 4 bags. I'm not even sure.
And if you have a safe, why would you not just put them in a safe?
I haven't had a chance to.
A plastic bag.
But the keys,
For all the stuff that you
it was just what we had right at the time. I hadn't been here to put it in the safe. The safe is here, but I just
The
hadn't
bag was placed in a
drawer.
It takes 2 seconds to put something in a safe.
I hadn't done it, and I wasn't trying to have Debbie see it. That's all it was.
Why do you say that?
Because it would look odd that I'm holding on to John's things for John. But it's not the same. It's like if you're doing more for one person, I don't want him to feel like there's more there than what it was. John was only coming in as a temporary thing until he can get something else, because like I said, he was trying to file for bankruptcy. Yoko was about to kick him out. Yoko even said she was trying to kick him out.
So you, how can you tell us about the bankruptcy before? I think it's a
I did mention bankruptcy before.
I don't remember that.
Did I tell you, or the, yeah, I mentioned it.
Guys,
I most definitely did.
understand inside the house when you guys are around here.
Cause
He told his mom he was gonna file for bankruptcy.
yeah, gambling, how long does he have an issue with gambling? Where does he usually play?
Well, when we lived together, he'd go to the Santa Fe.
That's like his favorite song to go.
That's when we lived together. I don't know what his spot would be now.
You don't know where he would go living with the Yoko?
Probably the Green Valley is the closest one.
Let's get a base rent.
He said he was.
How much was he gonna pay?
He claimed he was going to try to do 1,100. He claimed he was going to be able to do that.
And is that a text message or a conversations you guys had on the phone?
Probably both. would find a text message on it. It was definitely where he understood it was not going to be him freeloading or anything like that. He had to pay to stay here.
And then we go through the phone. We're gonna have our computer guys. They can go through apps, they can go through anything deleted, all that stuff. Are they gonna find anything that we're gonna have to go back and talk to you about? That your current husband doesn't know about, relationship-wise, conversations, intimate conversations, pictures?
No,
Okay.
no, yeah,
So it's just platonic conversations.
for the girls.
So they went wrong back.
They wanted him because they love their dad.
Knows best. We know it's wrong.
And I was told when I went, John has physical custody of the girls. They're supposed to live with him.
So is that fine?
So as long as I keep him close to me,
Okay. Well, then just tell me that's the
that is definitely. If I keep him close and make him happy and everything like that, I got to see my girls.
I can understand that.
So it's just so my girls love him. They want to spend time with their dad. I need to be around my girls.
Hopefully he pays the rent. Does Devyn pay for the rent too, or the mortgage?
He pays like $1,100 every month too.
Okay. And then are you working?
Yes, no, I do real estate.
Okay. Clearly you've been sick though.
Yes, ma'am, and for almost a full year I wasn't making any money. So I went through my savings, I had to take my stocks out just recently to get things caught up. Yeah, I've been struggling trying to get all of this back on track.
This was gonna help a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the motivation too, is keep the girls close, and then if you keep him close and happy, he'll be able to have contact with the girls, and he's gonna pay the other half of the mortgage.
I figured as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, he wasn't gonna get out of control because I know what triggers him, and I wasn't gonna do that. I know even when he's yelling and everything, as long as I'm not trying to engage with it, he does calm down fairly quickly. And you can see it on the text messages.
Okay, so, like, going back to what Christina was saying, why are you, I know that you want to see your kids, but also you have custody of the kids.
He has
Well, he has physical custody, but they've been staying with you, they're not staying with
because
him.
he's letting them stay with me.
Exactly, so why would you want to bring him here?
Because if you look at the text messages, when he gets mad, it's bring me the girls back. I want the girls back.
So he's threatening you about that stuff.
Mhm.
He's threatening you about the kids. Okay, so,
Again, if I keep them happy and keep everything cool, the girls can stay with me. And they were supposed to be with me for the summer, but you'll see, oh, I miss the girls. I haven't seen the girls, so it's okay. I would drive to Anderson multiple times just so he could see the girls, and then we would drive back.
do you have any other phones?
No, sir. We have a house phone, a landline.
Yeah. Your purse said it was inside the house.
That phone is not connected.
What phone is that?
There's like extra phones, like my old phones, none of them are connected. The girls just use them to play video games.
That one was in your purse. Were you saying one, and then that one's in your purse?
Yeah, there's one in my purse. Tamia was playing music on one of them earlier today. They're just old phones.
So Devyn, right now, I hear you saying things just aren't adding up. Okay, I'm not saying that you actually did something to Jonathan, but I know, or I feel like right now you're not telling us everything. I feel like you know something, and that, like, either how it happened or who something and somebody involved with this. I feel like you're not giving us that information. So, just, we've done this for a while, okay? We've been detectives for a while, okay? and just given everything that you told us and just kind of how everything happened, just kind of sporadic, all right? I really don't want to beat around the bush at this point now, because before I was giving you the benefit of the doubt with everything, okay? But like I said, things just aren't adding up.
So I have decided that if I just be nice to him, I can get my girls, because the court, when we went for custody, he didn't even show up. And the judge had us wait an extra hour to see if he was going to show up, just to give him the benefit of the doubt. And they still granted him physical custody. They denied his motion for sole custody, but they still granted him the physical custody of the girls. I have tried to do everything through the system. So right now, all I'm trying to do is make sure I just be nice and get my girls, because that, at the end of the day, was my goal. Just how my girls
Can I ask you a question about your custody? Just my prior experience is in special victim unit, so I'm very familiar with family courts, very familiar with CPS cases and how powerful they are, one way or another. It's very, very unusual for a father to get primary physical custody. So,
She told me that day, and you can talk to the victim kid, that my girls were going to be home that day. I told her I'll do the custody class, not custody classes, the counseling, which I'm still doing, and you can talk to her. I did the parenting classes.
so they took their kids away.
Yes, ma'am. But they said that you have to do this, you have to do, and I did everything.
Usually it's temporary.
And they didn't. They still granted him, yes, now you can look it all up. Even my therapist, everybody that has been involved in this case say it didn't make any sense. I have.
Where are all your firearms in the house?
There's one in the drawer and there's one upstairs.
Where's the one upstairs? Let's start.
It's in the safe, in the bathroom, over in the girls.
Is that?
A safe,
Okay, and then, is that a 9mm or 40? Do you know?
a 9,
Okay, and then the one downstairs, where's that?
in the drawer is a 9.
Okay. And then are those your firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you fired those recently?
No, ma'am.
Not since,
No, we go to the gun range just for,
or fun?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, ma'am. It is, and my,
That's your judge.
the lady, I don't know what happened. It's like, I don't know now. I don't know how all this works. Like, you can't all of a sudden get slammed with all this stuff. So I know it looks weird, but I'm just playing nice to keep my girls. So I'm just trying to not create waves. So John says, I need you to do something, I do it. As simple as that. I'm not trying to look stupid in front of you guys, but
Does he hold that over your head?
yes,
Like, does he threaten you
yes,
with the kids?
yeah.
Like, what kind of stuff does he say?
Is if I'm not, hey, I need you to do this, if I'm not, it's never been like a sexual thing. I mean, he's hinted at it, but it's always if you're not anything, I need this help, I need this help. I used to give him gas money every time I went down there. I used to have to buy his beers and his cigarettes because the EBT doesn't cover it. And the girls would even tell you I was always buying them something. You can look at the gas station records. Every time we went in, you would, hey, I need this, this, and this, and I would be the one paying for it. I just don't want to rob
Is
it.
that how we got you to agree for him to come here?
Yes. And it's just to keep my girls close.
What did he tell you?
That it's not what he told me. It's just I know.
What did he say? Like when he said,
We should be a family. We should be a family because the girls would want us together.
did he threaten you to say let him move in?
It wasn't a threat. It was more of a, well, if you don't want to do this, then I'll stay with Andrea. We'll have our, because he told me straight he already moved on with his life and everything like that. And him and Andrea were supposed to get married, and I wasn't going to be in the picture anymore. And I can't be without my girls.
Did he say he was going to take the girls to where was it, correct?
No, they weren't moving anywhere, but it was just, I wasn't gonna really have my time with them like I do now. So I know I seem very easy to push over, but it's not. It's just,
Well, it's a cycle. Obviously, he's been using your kid against you and getting in his way for stuff, and you know.
On one of the things I want to say was like the 4th of July, Nanny put something in the microwave and it like kind of started sparking like a metal thing, and he started screaming, fire, 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 fire. So I'm trying to get the girls out, and he's yelling at them to sit down, and he's cussing out his mom, cussing at me. But I'm just trying to get the kids out of the house, thinking there's a fire, and he immediately packed their bags, bring them back, we're not doing this. So,
Was that here or
in Henderson, and ask Yoko, she'll tell you. That's how he is.
So, I mean, when I tell you that I told you earlier that I think that you're not telling us everything, that there's something that you know that you're leaving out, and then you go to this big explanation about this is what's happening, this is what's going on. I love my girls. He uses that against me, and you kind of go into that brief explanation. So you never really got into the other part to it. Okay, so you just kind of get the explanation, which I understand completely now. Like, you're painting a different picture about what's been going on. Like, all this stuff you're telling us now is not anywhere near what you were explaining to us earlier. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to speak ill of anyone, and I'm not
Well,
trying to make myself sound.
It's not speaking ill, it's just trying to explain the situation and where you're at with him and your explanation. I mean, now it's a little bit more clear that he obviously uses your kids against you. You love your kids. We all love our kids. And I agree with you as far as like, I would do anything for my child, right? And you said.
So it's not that I'm trying to bring him in because I'm in love with him or anything like that.
No, you're trying to make, but here's where what I'm saying is, I don't think him coming here isn't something that you really agreed to. It was something that he kind of forced it upon you.
He made it clear that it would be better for the girls, just like the puppies. We need to bring the puppies. The girls love the puppies. And
Right? So that to me, when we're looking at everything here, would say, hey, well, he needs to get out of the picture, right? So that's why I'm asking. I don't think you did anything to him yourself, okay? But I do believe that you know what happened to him.
Detective, during the course of interviews, when you're speaking with a potential suspect or person of interest, or however you want to say it, are there times in which you will change the tone and kind of minimize someone's involvement?
Absolutely.
So just so everyone understands, when you or Ozawa are saying, I don't believe you did it, that's part of your interviewing technique, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying that's what you actually believe.
No, it's a way of keeping the dialogue going, of showing some sort of like sympathizing, comments. If you're giving that to them, they're feeling that they're heard and they're believed, and they will continue to speak with us.
Okay.
It's who did something. So that's what, hold on. So this is the time right now that would be a good time for you to kind of explain what you know about what happened. Because as we go on further, and when we leave here, and you say, I have no idea, there's no clue, I don't know anything about what happened, and then we find out later, that obviously looks worse on you, correct?
I understand.
Okay, so like I was saying before, now is the time that it would be coming upon you to say, hey, okay, this is what I know. Okay, like I said, I don't believe you actually did anything to him, but I do believe that you know what happened to him. Okay?
John was like this with everybody, so I don't know if he got into anything with anyone else, but for me, this is how he was. For Yoko, this is how he was. I'm pretty sure he was like that with Andrea. I don't know if he could be with any other person where he's like doing this. You would have to look at his phone. But you can look on my messages it was always a back and forth like this almost every single day. I would get a message and it would be a very aggressive, I hate this, you're not doing this. And by the time the day was halfway through, it would be, I'm sorry, and everything like that. This was almost daily.
Like I said, I get that. Like I understand what you're explaining as far as how he is. Okay.
So real quick, what's the combo you're saved? They don't have to see it.
1978.
Sorry to interrupt.
So, but like I said, I understand how you're explaining him and how he is. Okay. But like I said, I still feel like you know more than what you're telling us.
So just to wrap up a little bit, obviously we grabbed the phone that was on the driveway. We'll process that. Thank you for the iPad. That's what iPad.
The girls found that, they said that's what, so I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, we got that. Is there any reason why John's blood or anything DNA related will be in your vehicle? Because that got towed back to our station, our CSA, they're gonna thoroughly look for everything in that vehicle.
I couldn't tell you, if he was bleeding from when he was doing the thing, he helped load up the truck, so if he was bleeding, it might be
Or your
my Armada.
Okay.
Like, he was putting the things in the car, like anything that
Sure,
would be
but there's
heavy.
gonna be obvious areas where blood doesn't belong even if you're loading. So I'm just asking you directly, because if we do find any DNA evidence in that vehicle, obviously we wanna make sure we asked you if there would be a reason.
No, the only thing I knew he said was his hand that he hit on the table. That's the only time he ever said he was bleeding, and he said it got a pretty good gash.
But you didn't see that.
No, I did not, so I can't really speak on it. But he was still loading everything up, so I don't think it was really bothering him that much.
And then just to confirm, you don't know how his phone got there on the driveway.
No, I know he was smoking, and when I went back over there and I said, girls, where did you find this? They pointed to it, there is cigarette butts there. So I don't know if he was just smoking and put it down and just didn't pick it back up, but you can take those and I'm sure it'll be his.
When you guys unloaded everything, how long did that take?
30 minutes, he was bragging, saying that, yeah, I can always do this as quick as can be, but he tries to stretch things out because he charges by the hour. I remember having that conversation.
And when you guys left Paladura to come back here, or when you left that night, or this morning, which way did you go? Like as far as like when you left Paladura, like at
I headed up towards the Durango area to get the medication.
when you left that neighborhood, did you go straight out to Pecos Bar and Window? Or did you go to Pecos?
No window.
You went out the one exit to get out the window right there, right by the school?
Yeah.
And then normally do you guys come this way when you're coming to your house?
It just depends, like if the 15 is coming back up, I will take like the 215 and go around, or the Decatur, it really just depends on the time of day when we go different directions.
Okay. 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 Alright, well, we appreciate it. Hopefully, that you're telling us everything is the truth. So, I will give you a call, or, like I said, we'll have your phone. We're gonna get that downloaded, the circle with that too.
Okay.
And then I'll call Devyn tomorrow.
Good year.
Just call Deb.
I'll call Deb tomorrow, and then try to figure out a time, but he has to work till tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Sorry, that's right.
I know, sorry. I get a phone number to reach you for returning your phone.
I know you have my phone.
Yeah, so you said you have a landline, is that something?
I do not know it. It's,
Should we call Deb's phone then?
yeah.
I know the phone's ready, then
Well, you just told me to pick it up around 11.
Well,
Oh, no, you just have the address, so I don't even have the address anymore.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Because you wrote it on the paper and then you handed it back to
Yep.
you.
Let me give that to you, and then if you want to just come by tomorrow, yeah. You have that card, right?
Yes, sir.
The address is on the card. 223 West Street. That's where you need to go.
No, the card is in my car.
And then I'll get that back to you. So maybe I'd say 1 o'clock tomorrow. Come by the station 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Good shot.
Hopefully everything will be done.
Okay.
So if you can figure out how to get right down there, I can try to get everything done for you.
Okay.
Okay. And if it's not, at least I hope I can just get you the phone back.
Okay.
I don't know about the people.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Like I said,
And then
if there is, I don't think there's like a lot of it, 'cause I don't think he was bleeding a lot. I didn't see it, but I do know he did mention it.
so it is 9:25. I'm not saying anything to you.
And Detective, it sounded toward the very end there like the plan was to release Miss Michaels and go about your investigation.
Correct.
And fair to say that there was a pretty substantial amount of digital and forensic investigation that occurred after that interview we
Yes,
just heard.
absolutely.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, before we cross the bridge, we're gonna take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a brief recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including family members, in any way regarding this case or this matter, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, news, or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using reference material. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or work on the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until it's finally
to the Armada.
Fairly close.
And then at 15:08 hours, Devyn is interviewed at the Porcupine Rim residence by both yourself and Detective Ozawa in the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then it's at 15:20, while Devyn is being interviewed, the girls bring up the phone, correct?
Yes.
So the phone has been out there, at least based upon your seeing it, from at least 14:29 hours, correct?
Yes, it is.
And it's nearly an hour or so later than the girls bring up the phone. Fair to say?
Yes.
There's discussions concerning this phone, Daddy's phone, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
And the phone is looked into, correct? It's handled.
It was handled, yes.
At this point in time, the airplane mode is not switched on, correct?
Correct.
So if there's notifications on the phone, presumably those notifications now by operation of looking at the phone, getting into the phone, those are no longer there, correct?
Fair to say.
Devyn confirms that it's Jonathan's phone.
She does.
And in fact says here, this should help you, correct?
Yes.
And then at 19:19, a search warrant for Porcupine Rim and the vehicles is signed, correct?
Yes.
Was there a previous affidavit that had been submitted for the search of the Porcupine residence, or was that the first?
I am not certain on that.
Detective Ozawa would
Yes, sir.
probably be better suited.
Yes.
But we do know that at 7:19 or 19:19, a search warrant for the Porcupine Rim vehicles was signed, correct?
Yes.
And then this interview, this last one that we were listening today, began at 19:55.
Yes.
And obviously reference then is made to this phone again, correct? The phone that's found.
That's correct.
Through the course of this interview that we heard last week and this week, there's reference made to Jonathan losing his license, correct? Previously.
His wallet, I believe.
Okay. And in fact, you've learned through the course of the investigation, there were texts that confirmed that.
Yes.
So there've been texts between Devyn and Jonathan wherein, hey, Jonathan's lost his license. It's found, and there's a discussion in reference to that, correct?
Again, specifically, she mentioned wallet.
Okay. But they were actually both lost at one point in time, were they not? At one time the wallet and another time the license, and they communicate concerning the losing of the wallet and the license and the finding of both in their text
You could make the
messages?
assumption that the license is in the wallet. However, I'm only privy to what she disclosed to us, which was his wallet specifically, and that he had sent a picture to prove that he found it.
But then I said there are pictures to prove, in fact, and corroborates what she had said, that prior to your interview on this date, he lost his wallet and or license and found them, and they texted about it, correct?
Correct.
There had been, through the course of your interview, a reference made to Andrea, Jonathan's previous girlfriend, and the pulling of a knife, something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
There was, in fact, an incident somewhere where that had been discussed previously.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
There had been an incident where, I mean, there had been some discussion among the family about Andrea pulling a knife or something along those lines.
That's my understanding, yes.
In reference to an injury that Devyn says that John had told her about, she said that she never saw a bleeding injury, correct?
That's correct.
She had said that Jonathan had told her that he had hurt himself moving, correct?
Correct.
She had made reference to a white table that he was moving, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that white table that she had discussed with you was in the garage.
It was.
Again, it confirms the movement of this table. It had the big folding sides, correct? It was
Yes.
found in the garage. And she made it a point to say she didn't see any blood. He had just said that he'd injured himself moving that, correct?
Yes.
And you'd fair to say, I mean, based upon common experience and knowledge, people can hurt themselves, whether it be a cut, a pinch, something like that, in moving heavy furniture.
Yes, absolutely.
There was a discussion concerning some medical conditions that Devyn had, correct?
Yes.
She had talked about this inability to engage in actual intercourse, and you followed up in questions
I did.
to that, correct?
Yes.
She had said, you can look at my medical records that have these medical conditions, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that she in fact had medical conditions concerning sex and things that addressed such?
No.
Did you take any follow-up steps to substantiate that she in fact had seen a doctor for a variety of different reasons?
At the time, it wasn't relevant. Her medical history and the fact of whether she could be intimate with her partner, it was more of things that were being discussed during an interview to clear up the confusion over the relationship. Since that point, we were very unclear on her relationship with individuals in her life. So at that point, her diagnosis, if she had intimacy issues, just wasn't something that was relevant to the investigation.
At that point in time.
Correct.
And obviously, these investigations they're not necessarily static, they're ongoing, correct?
Yes, very much so.
They're dynamic.
Yes.
Devyn had been interviewed on 8/7, correct?
Yes.
And again, fair to say that both you and Detective Ozawa were kind of having a difficulty understanding this relationship dynamic between the parties.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that Devyn's statements weren't necessarily helpful at times.
You could say that, yes.
Fair to say that Devyn's explanations of things were not necessarily helpful at times.
Correct.
Through the course of your interview with Devyn, you talk about rings and that rings are significant.
Yes.
They're a sign of a commitment.
Yes.
She had testified that she wasn't, or she had told you that she wasn't particularly sure what was in the bag, correct?
Yes.
Things were being moved, things were kind of hectic, correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say it's kind of ambiguous concerning when these contents were put in the bag, correct?
Ambiguous is when they were placed in the bag?
Yes.
No, she indicated that that occurred at a specific time or instance at the home before they turned around and went right back to Porcupine.
But we know for a fact that they actually were at the home and they actually went to the other home, to the Paladera.
Yes,
Again, a lot going on, correct?
yes,
Devyn had been subjected to multiple interviews on 8/7.
yes.
There was discussions concerning keys, both the key or keys to the subject truck as well as Andrea keys, correct?
Yes,
And she had told you that she had handled or was aware of the keys in both instances, correct?
yes, she indicated one had Andrea's name on it and the other one was a set of truck keys that were next to some smoking paraphernalia.
You were able to corroborate that Jonathan was a smoker
Correct?
of both tobacco as well as marijuana.
Yes, I believe the lab confirmed that as well.
Yes. When you were at the Paladera residence, obviously there was evidence of smoking both inside and outside the house, correct?
Yes,
As well as alcohol bottles, things of that nature.
yes.
You had testified that the interview techniques initially concerning Devyn, I think you said were more like free form?
Correct.
Of that nature?
Yes,
But then they became, through the course of the day, more accusatory.
yes,
You testified that you engaged in another form of interview technique, correct?
correct.
A more confrontational technique.
Yes,
And that was employed by both you as well as Detective Ozawa.
yes,
The read technique is generally used by your police department.
I wouldn't say that it's used by our department. A lot of people are trained in the read technique. However, most of us that have been detectives for, several years, we develop our own technique. We'll take a little bit of something that we've learned in a class that works for us, and then there's other times that we'll be taking online courses, or through just our course of our experience, we'll adapt our techniques to our own strengths.
So, however, it's fair to say that you have been trained and implement the read technique.
I have been trained in read, but I don't believe that I'm still implementing that.
Same question, if, to your knowledge, Detective Ozawa, the read technique is generally the beginning, the basis of interview techniques.
I would say it's a basis generally, but I don't know that Detective Ozawa has taken that course.
Okay. Early on, and this is now before your interview with Devyn, you were engaged in an interview with Yoko at the Paladera residence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That interview began at 10:43 a.m.
Yes,
and concluded at 11:28 a.m., correct?
yes,
45 minutes.
very fast.
45 minutes.
Yeah,
You were there to try and gain information to help you in your investigation, correct?
yes,
She cooperated.
she did.
You didn't have the use of an interpreter, but it was clear that you both understood each other.
Yes,
At times were discussed concerning that night in question.
yes,
On 3 different occasions, it was discussed a noise that disturbed her at 3 a.m., correct?
I don't recall a noise being discussed.
Dogs barking.
Okay, dogs barking, yes.
On 3 different instances during that interview, there's a discussion of dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Okay, I would have no reason not to believe you.
And if I showed you the interview transcript, you'd have no reason to disagree.
I would not disagree if I could read
So
them.
3 times dogs at 3 a.m., correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, I'm not tricking you.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
telling you. At no time was there any discussion of a bang or anything like that at 2 a.m., correct?
Not that I recall.
Because that's something that you would have taken note of, because it would have been...
It would have been significant.
If I can have the court's indulgence just one moment. Follow-up question concerning the phone. We had discussed the phone being gotten into and not, put on airplane mode, which would have wiped the notifications, correct?
Correct.
Yoko had discussed calling Jonathan multiple times that morning, correct?
Yes.
Outside of it failing to have been put on airplane mode, was the phone ever taken off the network that you're aware of?
That's not something I would be aware of personally.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, very briefly. Detective, with regard to the line of questioning related to the notifications on the phone, you would, I presume, defer to experts on airplane mode and that type of thing, correct?
That's correct.
The fact that there were no notifications on home screen when you first saw the phone, was that important for you for any purpose?
Absolutely. There were statements made by Devyn that she had contacted or tried to contact Jonathan several times. So in my personal experience, I would believe that there would be notifications unless that phone had been interacted with prior to picking it up and bringing it over to the car.
Okay, and there will be an expert that talks about the contents of the phone. That's not for you to
Not my
talk
forte.
But let's presume for a second that she did in fact text or call John after his death. Would this be something that you've seen before in cases where people try to alibi themselves or cover up?
Yes, frequently people will call someone they clearly know is deceased. They will go to their work and pretend and put on an act per se.
Okay.
So there are times that does happen.
So, not for you to say, but
No.
It's not surprising to see someone call someone post-murder to essentially alibi and or cover up.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
Some follow-up. You've had investigations where someone leaves a cell phone at home and then goes and commits a serious crime, correct?
Yes.
Again, to perhaps establish an alibi concerning their whereabouts.
Yes.
In reference to the phone, Jonathan's phone, there was communication, specifically a text sent by Devyn to Jonathan about 3:56 a.m., correct?
I'd have to defer to the records, but I have no reason to believe that that didn't happen.
And that concerned the girls in registration that was to occur the morning of the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, we had heard testimony last week concerning a landline at the Paladura residence. There was in fact a landline. at
Yes,
that
there was.
residence. And on the night in question, late 8/6 into 8/7, there were multiple phone calls from the landline at Porcupine to Devyn's phone, correct?
It's my understanding that there were, yes.
Previous night, that would be the night of August 5th, there were multiple phone calls from the Porcupine residence. That's where Devier and the girls, to Devyn's phone, correct?
I believe so. Again, I'd have to defer to the records to be certain.
Fair. Thank you. No further
Thank
questions.
you.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, have any questions for this witness? Sir, if you'd like a question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number, and counsel can approach. Did you check the white table in the garage for blood, the table and everything?
I personally did not check the table, however, our CSAs or crime scene analysts as well as detectives did, and they photographed the garage as a whole.
Okay, what did they find?
There was no blood on the table.
Okay? State any follow based on the juror.
No, thank you.
Defense?
Just very briefly, and it involves actually the phone. The girls were handling the phone prior to being given to you,
I
correct?
did not see the girls. I would assume that they had handled it. They had to pick it up and bring it over to us. Now, whether they manipulated it, I couldn't tell you.
Swiped up, anything like that, you
Could
can't
not
say.
tell you. They appear to have just walked over from where the phone was and up to their mom's side of the car.
But just so we're clear, though, that phone was out in the driveway for some time, correct?
It was, yes.
In fact, through the course of Devier's interview, he had made reference to that phone, correct?
I wasn't in that interview, so I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that, Steve?
No, thank you.
Do ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, name no excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today. Statement of further argument.
is Jared Spangler.
Do you need me to do anything with the exhibits?
Thank you.
Are you doing that?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Nancy. And sir, please state your full name and spell it for the record.
My full name is Jared Spangler. It's Jared. Spangler is Spangler.
State where you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I have been a detective for 15 years, and I've been with the Henderson Police Department for 22 years.
What unit are you assigned to as a detective?
I currently work in the Digital Forensic Lab.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about that unit?
Yeah, the Digital Forensic Lab analyzes cell phones, computers, tablets, vehicle infotainment systems, smart devices. Anytime there's a crime that occurs where there's an electronic device that may have potential evidence, it comes to the Digital Forensic Lab, and we analyze it in a forensically sound method so that we can extract the data and then be able to present it to the detective for their investigation, for their final determination of what they're going to do with their investigation.
And what type of programs are used to do that?
There's several different programs. We have, specifically for cell phones, we use Celebrite. We also use another software company called Axiom. Those work as well for tablets. When it comes to vehicles, we have a software system called Burla. And there's some other ones, but those are the main ones that we utilize to extract the data from those devices and then to analyze that data.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience that makes you qualified to be able to do these investigations?
Yes. So, like I said, I've been in the Digital Forensic Lab for about 10 years now. I've performed over 3,900 examinations, all sorts of different devices. I've been trained by the FBI, the HSI, Secret Service. They have a national facility that they train law enforcement in how to perform these type of investigations. I've received a little over 1,200 hours of training and certifications from that facility alone. I've also had training and certifications from every specific vendor for the programs that we utilize. So like I said, Celebrite and Axiom and Burla, those softwares that I mentioned, I'm certified to use those as well. They have specific vendor certifications, and I have those as well.
So then turning your attention to this case, on August 8th of 2023, were you contacted by Detective Ozawa in regards to a vehicle infotainment system?
Yes, I was.
And was the obtaining of that vehicle infotainment system a part of a search warrant that was granted by a judge?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was for a homicide investigation that had occurred on August 7th, 2023, or began at that time?
Correct.
I believe the request was made by Detective Ozawa for this investigation, the digital investigation, and that was to be performed on a gray 2017 Nissan Armada. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the VIN number for that is JN8AY2NF9H9300802. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Do you have a reason to dispute that?
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. And it was your understanding that that vehicle had belonged to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
And did you actually make contact with the vehicle?
I did, yes.
Where did you make contact with the vehicle?
The vehicle was located in the basement of our police station, and so that's where I went to the basement.
And is that common sometimes for vehicles to have their investigations done in that basement area?
Yes, it's a secure area where it's not going to be disturbed. No one will be around the vehicle. It has a door that prevents anybody from coming and potentially altering any evidence or anything like that.
So it's a very contained area, is that right?
Yes, yes.
When you came into contact with the vehicle, it had already previously been sealed prior to being transported to this basement, correct?
That is correct.
And prior to your testimony, there were a lot of photos that were taken in this case, but you saw the vehicle yourself, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you reviewed these photos prior to testifying today, these in my hand, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I believe pursuant to stipulation between the parties, the state is going to move to admit 442 through 463.
Those stipulated to,
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
442 to 463, be stipulated to, 1 minute.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Showing you 442. What do we see there?
That's the 2017 Nissan Armada.
And 443, another angle of that.
Yes. Same vehicle.
444,
Yes.
445, we get a license plate there, and can you read that into the record?
Yep. It's Nevada 30A as an Adam 470.
446, another angle of the vehicle.
Yes.
And I want to note both passenger doors to this vehicle. There appears to be these red tapings there. What are those?
That is evidence tape that I believe the crime scene analysts are the one that put those on there so that you would know if someone's opened the door, if it's been altered, because the seal would be broken.
And that's the ceiling we were talking about earlier,
Yes.
correct? 447, just a close-up there with the seal, correct?
Correct.
Then 448, obviously you go inside the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And is this just a photo of inside the vehicle, the front side of the vehicle?
Yes, driver's side.
449, what do we see here?
The gear shifter and the middle console.
450, another angle of that area
Yes,
taken from the passenger side.
that is correct.
451, are you aware of this being located inside the vehicle?
I didn't personally see it.
Okay. But no reason to dispute that it would have been found
Correct.
in the vehicle.
Yes.
452, are we getting to the back of the vehicle now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and this would be on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
453, same back of the vehicle, but now from the passenger side.
Yes.
454, is this just under the hood of the vehicle,
Yes, it is.
the engine area?
Yes.
455, would this be the rear trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was a hatchback, so the back would actually lift in the air, is that right?
Yes.
456, more of the trunk of the vehicle.
Correct.
What is being lifted up at that point?
I'm not sure. It seems to be some type of covering for the back there.
But it was searched, it looks like.
Yeah, yes, it was.
457, more of the vehicle.
Yes.
458, what do we see here happening?
So the vehicle infotainment system is behind the screen of what you would see inside the vehicle. So you can see the screen up above, but right beneath it is where there's a hard drive. And so in order to extract the data from the infotainment system, I have to get that hard drive out of the vehicle. So I had to disassemble some of the components so that I could access the hard drive.
And there's actually a mouse in front of you if you want to hover over that area you were just talking about.
Click any buttons.
Yes, don't click, just hover,
ma'am.
please.
People be on recess for a long time.
Please hover, sir, in that area you were speaking about.
So you can see that there's these little wires right here, the little connection points that I had to disconnect. The logic board where the hard drive is attached to. There's one right there, and there's a few down here. But in order to access this, you have to take the whole front face piece off of it.
And do we see that in that photo, that front face piece?
Yeah.
Can you please hover over that?
Right up above, up here. That's where like the volume for the stereo is, to change the channel, and things of those nature. So all that had to come out. So I lifted it and put it up there.
And this is a typical procedure of what you would do when trying to collect data from a infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
And showing you 459, what do we see here?
These are, so once the logic board is taken out, I had to take specific pieces of that apart so I could access the hard drive. So what you're seeing here, there's one there's a second one here, and a third one. These are just cover pieces on the board itself to protect the hard drive so that if there's any, I don't know, maybe liquid or anything like that, it's protected. So I had to remove these pieces off of the hard drive itself and the logic board so I could access the hard drive.
Showing you 460, we see an extra piece there. What is that?
So this here is, it's just a secondary logic board that's connected to the first one. And I believe over here, if you, it's kind of to the side, but pretty sure the hard drive was connected to this logic board over here. So it's just more pieces that need to be removed in order to access the hard drive.
And these tools that we see sort of above that area, I'm pointing there for you, it looks like some screwdrivers and different tools. That would be a part of your kit, is that right?
That is correct.
Not something found in the vehicle.
No, not at all.
461, what do we see here?
More of the same pieces that were attached to the logic board themselves, and the tools are above there.
Now these green objects, those are the logic boards that you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. 462, just more components to it.
That is correct. Coverings for the hard drive itself, yes.
463, what do we see there?
Some more of the tool sets. Right here is the back piece. You can see that there's a little vent because it has to keep cool, so it has to have air coming in and out. And then obviously all the screws that piece everything together to the main housing, and then just additional tools to perform the extraction of the hard drive.
So now that you've taken apart the infotainment system, what do you do after that point?
So once the hard drive has been removed from the logic board, I bring the hard drive back to the digital forensic lab, which is in the same building. I take it up to the digital forensic lab, and I connect the hard drive to a forensic computer. We have to use forensically sound methods, which means we have to prevent anything being written to the hard drive. So we use a write blocker, which only allows us to see the contents on the hard drive. So I can see the contents, but I'm not able to alter those. That way we preserve the evidence. So at that point, we create a digital forensic fingerprint, we'll call it. It's a hash value, but it's a fingerprint of the data on the hard drive. So when I extract the data and I put it on my forensic computer, I can then create another fingerprint and compare the two to what it was before and what it was afterwards to make sure they match. So I extracted the information, put it on the forensic computer, then I open up the BERLA software that I mentioned earlier, which allows us to process and analyze the specific data on that hard drive.
So specifically, what type of data is being imported into this BERLA software?
So the hard drive contents itself, there's databases. That's usually what infotainment systems have, are databases. Kind of think like an Excel spreadsheet. It's a database with input, data on there. And from there, it has to be analyzed. It has to be sorted through to figure out what specifically is it saying. What is the data?
So it may be an oversimplification, but it's essentially BERLA acts as sort of a reader of the data. Is that right?
Yes.
And then puts it in a reader-friendly format so that you can actually see what this data is saying.
That is correct.
And it's not altering the data at any point when you're importing it from the drive into the BERLA system, correct?
Correct.
So after you do that, the raw data is now inside the BERLA system. What does the system do? Or what does the software do at that point?
It allows the user to be able to analyze it. So it, specifically for infotainments, this infotainment system, it recorded GPS location. And that GPS location is organized in trips. So when you start the vehicle, as soon as you put the key in and it turns it on to the accessories or on to the on position, it begins recording GPS, and it records that as a trip. So we'll just say that's going to be trip number 1. every second that GPS is recording on that trip number 1. So you may drive from here, point A to point B. As soon as you turn the vehicle off, that's trip 1. If you take the key out, you turn it back on, now you're on trip 2. And so it organizes it in these databases I was mentioning earlier. It organizes it in a process where you can see the trips. You can see the latitude, the longitude, the elevation, the speed during each GPS waypoint. So it records all these waypoints and it's organized in a way. So Burla, the software, allows us to go through and map all those waypoints, those GPS waypoints, so we can see the trip. So we can physically see, okay, this is where it started, and it's going along, and this is where it ended. And this was the speed, and such and such.
And it takes into account dates and times, correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention, I apologize. It does, every second that the GPS pings, as we'll call it, it records a date and a timestamp.
And then ultimately, are videos created that show in a friendly manner where the vehicle is moving at what date and what time around the valley?
Yes, the software, the Burla software allows you to take one of those trips and animate it so that it's what we would be visually appealing for us, what we're used to seeing. It puts it on a map and you can see it, plot it. You can see the vehicle go the direction and go from point A to point B.
So now that you have this raw data or this information that was put into the Burla software at this point, it's in a way that you can actually read it now. You then get some information that was gathered from Detective Ozawa, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was related to the investigation. Specifically then, having that information, did you hone in on the dates of August 6th, 2023 to August 7th, 2023?
Yes,
And that was because that was of importance in the investigation, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And how do you actually do you just filter to those dates and times, or how do you just hone in on that?
Yeah, because everything is recorded in a descending from the oldest to the newest, you just scroll down to the dates you want, and you can see everything in with a 24-hour period or a 12-hour period, whatever is requested by the detective. And so he requested a specific time period, and so I just scrolled down and highlighted those at that point. Those were the focus.
And you were able to find 11 videos of evidentiary value, is that right?
Yes,
And so that would essentially be 11 trips or so?
that's correct, yes.
Okay. And prior to testifying today, you provided those trips on a flash drive, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And I believe at this time, Your Honor, pursuant to stipulation of the parties, the state is going to move to admit Exhibit 7.
Yes, Your Honor.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Don't format it.
Don't
please.
format it, okay. Can I ask you to step down? Do you know what's going on with it, or?
Yeah, if that's okay.
You're
yeah.
the,
Okay.
you're the tech guy, so I better leave it to you.
Yeah, I need to watch this all happen right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here. This is why we employ the experts. All right, sir, so I have pulled up here Exhibit 7. It appears that there are videos entitled number 1 through number 11.
We don't see it.
Oh, that would
Sorry.
be helpful. and running. All right, so we see here, again, video number 1 through video number 11 of Exhibit 7, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And going through this, obviously you went through each video, and there's certain trips that became important as part of the investigation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're going to open up video number 1. I'm gonna pause that. What do we see here in video number 1?
So this is the BEHEADING software that I was explaining earlier. These videos I created, I just used a Windows capture program so you could see what I see as an examiner. So this is the BEHEADING software. The trips that were of importance, I made videos for those trips. So this is one of the trips. If you look, I'm not gonna click, but I'm gonna hover my mouse over here. You can see this is the timestamp of when this trip, we're looking at trips, when this trip began on 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 p.m. That's adjusted for UTC, for our time. It's not UTC. Everything is recorded in UTC. So we have to subtract the 7 hours. And then the trip ends on the same date at 5:58 and 33 seconds p.m. So one thing you'll notice if you look over here, you can see the count is 2,368. That's how many waypoints. Every second the GPS is recording, that's how many waypoints or GPS points are recorded in this trip. So you can see the distance was 25 miles, the elapsed time, the average speed, those things that that the GPS system will actually record. So what I did was, when we hit play, you'll be able to see, I'm going to animate this trip so you can follow where it goes.
And just briefly, because I don't think we've talked about this yet, can you explain what UTC time is?
Yes, so it's Greenwich time. It's the time over in England, and we are every hour that it's spread out by distance. And where we are at right now, we are, well, I think we're 8 now, but we were -7 at the time. So it's either -7 or -8. So everything is recorded in UTC time. It's the same way with computers and cell phones, vehicle infotainments. Everything is recorded in UTC time. And then the system and us, we have to manually adjust according to time, daylight savings or not.
And so the times we're seeing here are not UTC, they're the correct times.
They're
correct?
adjusted, yeah. And it even,
Yeah, I'm working on it. Thank you.
it said it on
Thank
there.
you.
I adjusted it so we wouldn't have to do any math in our head or anything. It's just automatically adjusted.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and press play on this video. And then I think we saw you click animate tracking. That's that process you were explaining previously, right?
Yes.
What else do we use?
So you're looking at the overview at this second. I'm zooming in so that as I hit play, you can follow it along.
Okay.
So this is where the trip starts. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, again, I'm not going to click, but you can see down here the date and the time when the trip started.
And what is that, just for the record?
That is 8/6 of 2023 at 5:19 and 12 seconds p.m.
And that's just where we're stopped right now, correct?
Correct, yes.
And we're able to determine that that dot right there is the 2698 Paladura Drive in Henderson, correct?
That is correct.
And then I'll go ahead and play for more. And what I notice right now is it's going fairly quickly. It looks like, I'll stop here.
Yeah,
The
if you just
bottom
pause it.
right, there's something that says 5 times. What does that mean?
Yeah, over here next to the mouse 5x, I didn't want to have a 45-minute video for a 45-minute trip, so I times it by 5 so it'd be a little bit quicker so that I could condense it a little bit. That's the only reason I made it 5 times, so we wouldn't be here all day watching videos.
And we appreciate that. playing the video.
So at this point, you can see there's just a little bit of movement. It means the vehicle's on. It hasn't moved yet. There's a little bit of movement. It doesn't necessarily move that the vehicle. It doesn't mean that the vehicle has moved. It just means that it's on and it's recording GPS location. Kind of bounce it around a little bit right in front of the residence. And you can see down here the seconds are moving rather quickly, but you can see the seconds there. Roughly 20, 25, and so on.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here. Okay. At about, I think it was around 5:32, we then see the vehicle begin to move. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll press play. And it appears it's going down One Mill Parkway at this point outside of the neighborhood.
Yes.
And ultimately, this trip, as I scroll across, is just the vehicle is traveling across the valley, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And then ultimately, the vehicle comes to a stop, is that right?
Yes.
And that stop happens at 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's essentially the end of this trip.
Yes.
Then we have another trip, and that's labeled as video number 2, correct?
Yes.
Publishing.
You might have to use VLC.
And again, you're clicking animate tracking, correct? Or
Yes.
track log, excuse me. And where is the start of this trip?
At the Porcupine address?
The 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Correct, yes.
And what date and what time?
You can see the date down here. It is 8/6 of 2023 at 7:37 p.m.
Pressing play. And again, vehicle begins to travel, correct?
Yes.
I'm just quickly scrolling through. Again, this is at 5 times that you have it set at, correct?
That is
Or
correct.
5x. Ultimately, vehicle ending its trip at that same 2698 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes,
In
correct.
Henderson?
Yes.
Okay, and roughly at about 8:06 p.m. on that same date, August 6, 2023, is when the vehicle comes to a stop on that trip, correct?
Correct.
And that's the end of that one.
Yes.
Opening file video number 3. Again, clicking animate track log.
So if I could just push pause just real quick. So this actually has 2 trips, and I'll explain real quick. So this first trip is very, very short. It's a span of 10 seconds. You can see the date here at 8/6/2023 at 11:05 and 46 seconds. The vehicle's either turned on or someone put the key into the accessory so you can listen to the radio. One of those 2 options, the vehicle was in on state, and for 10 seconds, this first trip here, I think we're calling it trip number 3, this trip number 3, the vehicle doesn't move, but the GPS is on and it's recording. And you're going to see that there's some movement there just because that's how GPS works. Sometimes it can be off anywhere from 5 to 30 feet, roughly.
And it is possible that the vehicle may have moved slightly, but it's hard to tell from this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'll go ahead and press play. Okay. What are we seeing here?
And yeah, that was the 10 seconds. So I don't stop recording at this point. I now go to the next one, which is a few hours later.
And I'm just going to pause. Around what time did that trip start?
So this is a few hours later on the 7th at 2:04 a.m.
August 7th, 2023 at 2:04 a.m., correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, at the 2698 Paladura Drive address.
Correct.
And the vehicle is now moving, correct?
Yes.
Going down Windmill.
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and skip ahead a little bit. And I'm going to pause here. It looks like at about 2:28 in the morning, same date, August 7th, 2023, it looks like the vehicle is sort of hovering in this one location for a bit. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we determined that that was CVS located at Cheyenne and Durango with the address of 8320 West Cheyenne Ave, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pressing play. The vehicle is now moving, is that right?
Yes.
At about 2:31 in the morning,
Yes.
same date?
Yes, on the August 7th.
I'll go ahead and skip ahead. The vehicle is making its way across the valley, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately landing at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And the time being 2:44 in the morning or so
Yes. that
on
is correct.
August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
Playing video number 3 with the annotation zoomed in at the end. And this is that same trip, correct?
Yes, I labeled it as zoomed in. I wasn't sure what was going on. You can see that there's a lot of movement down there. And after further investigation, it seems like
Okay, I'll stop you there. So at 2:44 in the morning, this is that Porcupine Rim sort of stop, but it appears that there is some movement within the neighborhood, correct?
correct. Yes.
Showing you video number 4. This is a new trip, correct?
Yes. This is at 8:01 a.m. on August 7th, 2023.
And the starting address is that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I'll go ahead and skip ahead. Oh. It appears that the vehicle exits the neighborhood on Ann Road and then makes what looks like a U-turn back into the neighborhood,
Yes, that's correct.
back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes,
And this is at 8:06 a.m.
that is correct. The vehicle's left on at this point.
vehicle begins moving again roughly at 8:10
Yes.
in the morning. Go ahead and skip ahead. And I'm going to stop it right here at 8:16 in the morning. We see the vehicle and it is stopped at what appears to be a Funny's gas station and car wash, correct?
That is correct.
And that's located at the intersection of Lone Mountain and Rancho there, specifically 4747 North Rancho Drive, correct?
Yes, that is right.
Pressing play.
At this point, the vehicle is still on. As soon as it turns off, the trip ends. So it's still on for these remaining minutes.
There appears to be some slight movement there around 8:18 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Still some slight movement there,
Yes.
inching along. And that trip then ends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing video number 5. What time does this trip start?
This is on August 7th, 2023 at 8:21 a.m.
And this, again, we're starting at that Funny's car wash
Correct.
gas station. Looks like vehicle begins to move around 8:21 or so.
Yes.
Sort of those slight movements we saw earlier. And now the vehicle is moving out of that area, correct?
Correct.
The vehicle then proceeds through the valley.
And
It
this is where
stopped
the vehicle
here.
parks.
Vehicle parks. Does it appear to have parked at a children's school, so at the Torrey Pines, Washburn sort of intersection there?
Yes,
that we
there's an
see?
elementary school there.
Okay, and that would be Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
Yes.
And the trip ultimately ends at that elementary school.
Correct.
Video number 6, picking up from there. And around, it appears 9:27 in the morning is when this trip starts, still on August 7th, 2023. And again, we are starting at that Ernest May Elementary School, correct?
That is correct.
And that trip ends vehicle goes back to that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
And ultimately ends there, correct?
That is correct. At 9:30 a.m.
Publishing video number 7. trip starts at that 5510 Porcupine Rim, correct? At 9:35 a.m.?
Yes, on
August-
August 7th, 2023.
Go ahead and skip through. Traveling across the valley. Looks like it's on Summerlin Parkway. Ultimately, trip is concluding at 9:57 a.m.
That is correct.
And that appears to be Summerlin Hospital, 657 North Town Center Drive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Publishing video number 8. It appears to begin at that Summerlin Hospital address, correct?
Yes.
At 10:09 a.m.
Yes,
on August 7th, 2023.
that is right.
Eventually ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 10:26 a.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
Publishing video number 9. The next trip. Starting out at the defendant's home, 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, at 11:33 in the morning, same date.
That's correct. Yes.
Ultimately, the vehicle traveling across town to scrolled a little too fast there. It appears the 2698 Paladura Drive address gets there around 12:07 in the afternoon.
Yes, that's correct.
And the car stays on at this point, it looks like.
Yes. Yes.
Scrolling forward a bit. And the trip ends there at 12:43 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Publishing video number 10. Next trip. Starting out at that 2698 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes.
At 12:51 p.m. or so.
Correct.
Scroll through. Trip ends at about 12:54 p.m. and it appears that it ends at a Taco Bell at the corner of Windmill and Pecos, correct?
Correct. It's like a parking lot right there.
Finally, video number 11. Publishing. It's the next trip. And it originates from that Taco Bell at 1:31 p.m. on the same date. Ultimately, once we scroll through, ending at that 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Correct.
And it ends at 2:01 p.m. on August 7th, 2023.
Correct.
And between all these videos, these were, this was the date and time frame that Detective Ozawa was most interested in based on the investigation in the case, correct?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective Spangler, now, when the car comes in, you're the one that actually physically goes in and pulls out the unit, correct?
Inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
So it's sealed at the scene, and it's not open until you open the door, correct?
I didn't open the doors. The crime scene analysts, since they're the ones taking the pictures, they physically open the doors.
Were you present for that?
When they opened them?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. In your time spent in the car pulling out this unit, you kind of observe the general condition of the car when you're pulling out the unit, right?
Yes.
I'm putting up what's State's Exhibit 458. And then how do I switch over to this?
Yeah, we plug it back. Put that one.
And right here is where you take the unit out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you see this, console with brushes and various items of Miss Michaels, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna put up what's State's Exhibit 448. This is a different view from the car, correct?
Yes, the driver's side.
And you would go into the driver's side to get that unit, so you would probably sit in the driver's seat and pull that out.
I believe I accessed both sides,
Both
at
sides,
some
okay.
point
So
throughout.
you're aware of the, the condition of the car and kind of what's in there,
In the front, yes.
right? It's kind of a messy car from your view of this, correct?
I have teenagers, so my idea of messy might be a little different.
Well, it doesn't look like it would just, it's not wiped down. I mean, look, she's got brushes, there's things in the car, it's dirty, we dirt on the floor. So it doesn't look like it just went and got detailed.
Correct.
Now, when you're accessing this unit and as you're pulling it out and looking at the console, and like you said, you accessed both sides of the car from the driver's side and potentially the passenger side,
Yes.
you didn't observe any blood in the car, did you?
I don't recall any blood.
Nothing on the steering wheel?
I don't recall touching the steering wheel, so I don't know, but I from my memory, I don't recall any blood on the steering wheel.
But you're in the middle looking at the console where someone would be touching, obviously they put the car in gear, they've got the shift knob, so they would have to touch that. You didn't see any blood on that.
I didn't.
I'm going to put up what State's Exhibit 451. This is just an ID that was found in there. Like, I believe you said that you didn't see this, but this is something that would have been in the car with Miss Michaels' personal belongings, correct?
Yes, I personally didn't see this, so I don't know where it was, but the crime scene analyst must have taken it, so, yeah.
Now, going back to the videos that the state put up, there was a end of video 3. There was like some squiggly lines kind of going. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you previously testified that when the car is there, it can give or take 30, 50 feet. In that clip, it looked like it was zoomed in on.
5 to 33 feet.
5 to 33 feet.
Correct.
And kind of make out what he's saying.
I
do. Thank you.
Officer, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is Luke Good. First name Luke, last name Good.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective at the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with the Henderson Police Department?
I've been a detective for a little over 4 years now.
And in which unit are you currently assigned?
Currently, I'm in the Digital Forensics Laboratory.
And what does that entail, sir?
In the digital forensics lab, we handle essentially all investigative technology. We do extractions on cell phones, we do cell site analysis and call detail records, vehicle stuff, anything that has a technological component or a computer or a cell phone involved, it comes to our lab.
What type of training and education do you have in order to do what you do?
Well, I have a bachelor's degree from Columbia Southern University in information systems and cybersecurity. And then we go through an extensive amount of training for my role in particular, just because of the nature of technology and how complex it can get. I've trained at the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama. That's sponsored by the Secret Service. And then several other trainings with a lot of the vendors that we utilize. That gives us a good foundation to use their tools and just the knowledge that we need to do our job. That includes Cellebrite, magnet forensics. I'm certified through them. I'm certified through the NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center that's sponsored by the DOJ. So we have to have a lot of training and qualifications just to earn those certifications.
And you mentioned a couple of software programs. For today's purposes, what are the relevant software programs we're dealing with?
So for today's purpose, we're dealing with cell phone records. I utilize CastViz, which is a software that's created and maintained by the FBI. And then I also used ZX, it's called Trax now, which is just another company that produces the mapping software that we utilize.
And have you received training in those two areas of software?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that technology evolves relatively rapidly?
Correct.
And as a result of that, you receive ongoing trainings as through the course of your career as things change?
Yes.
With regard to today's testimony, you mentioned a couple of terms: digital forensics, DFL, Cellebrite, Trax. What is it that you are focusing in on, and what is it that you're familiar with, but this wasn't your role in this case?
With respect to today?
Yes. So are you dealing with the stuff that's extracted from phones, or are you dealing with something else?
So specifically today, because we're all cross-trained in the digital forensics lab on a lot of different disciplines, today I'm specifically focusing on and speaking to the cell site analysis, which is call detail records.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is what all the cell companies maintain: Verizon, T-Mobile, all the major carriers, AT&T. They maintain records of every transaction that occurs on their cellular network. So every time you make a call, every time you send a text, stuff like that all gets documented and stored. And since there's cell towers all over the place, they also document which cell tower was being utilized at the time, which is where we can get investigative information.
And we won't dive too far into it just yet. Is it fair to say that you are not dealing with content of what may be on an actual cellular device?
Correct. No content, only the transactions and the connection information through the network.
And have you become aware that a separate detective in your unit has been assigned with dealing with the digital forensic downloads of the devices?
Yes.
And that would be who?
That would be Detective Campbell.
And he would deal with any content? Correct?
Yes, anything on the phone is what he would deal with.
So you're talking about records stored with outside your agency. They're actually stored by very big companies, correct?
Correct.
What companies are those when it comes to this?
So the three major carriers in the United States are AT&T and T-Mobile, and then Verizon, but we're not using Verizon in this case.
Okay, so we're focusing in on AT&T and T-Mobile.
Correct.
In past experience, are you familiar with those types of records?
Yes.
And do the T-Mobile records look a little bit different from the AT&T records?
A little bit, yes.
Did you prepare an exhibit today in order to accurately explain your findings and testimony to the jury?
I did.
And Your Honor, this has been provided to defense counsel. I'd move for the admission of exhibit number 3.
No objection.
Number 3, is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay, 3 will be admitted without objection.
Thank you. And sir, does exhibit 3, you created that, correct?
I did.
And is there an exact mirror image of that exhibit that's going back to the jury on your supercomputer there?
Yes.
Okay, so for ease of use, you're referencing the same exact files, you're just not plugging in the extra thumb drive.
That's correct.
If you could just pull up the content of the entirety of the disk.
Yep, and that would be, I have it saved on my desktop here, and I already have it open. This would be the content of the USB flash drive.
Okay, and I see 7 different files, correct?
Correct.
Is there any particular file that you would like to start with that kind of gives an overview of what we should be expecting from these other folders?
We can just start going through the folders.
Okay, let's start with folder number 1. Back out a second. Did you title that yourself?
Yes.
And what is that title for the record?
So to title them, I used the phone number and then the associated user of that phone number that I was provided by the investigating detectives. So for this one, the first folder is the phone number 702-353-3823, and it's Andrea Reyes CDRs.
And were you provided those by Detective Ozawa?
Yes.
If you could open that folder, please. There's two separate subfolders. One says mapped data and the other says provided files. Can I presume that the second folder is what you received to analyze?
Correct.
If you could open that. Subfolder CDR records, open that. And then there are several files. It looks like some Excel, some PDF.
Yes.
Go ahead and start with the COR affidavit, certification file. Tell us, what are we looking at here?
So every time a detective sends a search warrant to the carriers, all of this information, we don't have to have the phone in hand. All of the information that I'm going to go over is stored at the actual carriers. So we send a search warrant to them asking for the information that we're looking for in our investigation. When they send it with us, they send us a certificate just saying that all the information is accurate and they're attesting to the legitimacy of it.
Okay. You can close that out. Tell us, what type of records did you receive with regard to Ms. Reyes' phone?
I received the call detail records that document all of the actual call transactions, and then I also received data sessions as well. Anytime that you're on YouTube or Google connecting to a cell tower, it logs those transactions too. So those are two separate documents. We also have the subscriber information document too.
Let's start with that. For the record, you're opening up Excel sub TIPCO.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here, Jim?
This is generally the subscriber information. This one they didn't fill out a lot of, but typically in this you'll see the subscriber name. Usually that's the person using the phone or a family member or something like that. This one is actually relatively blank compared to the other ones, so they just didn't populate a lot of this. But you can see that it went into effect 11/29 of 2022.
Okay, and what is the phone number? Where is it found on this document?
Right up here in the top left. This.
And that matches the folder name that you just provided?
Yes.
With regard to subscriber information, different phone companies require different things when you start an account. Is that correct?
Correct.
Some companies require a subscriber name, some require identification, others don't, correct?
Correct.
With regard to T-Mobile, is it shocking to you that there is a missing subscriber name, or is that something you've seen?
No, this is not uncommon.
Okay. And there are ways in which detectives can determine who is actually in possession of this number outside kind of your expert knowledge.
Correct.
Like they could call them on the number and see who answers.
Correct.
For example, okay. With regard to this particular document, is there anything else you need to convey to the jury?
No, and the document, it states the phone number in here so that we clearly know that these records are associated with this phone number.
And that's actually listed as the MSISDN. What is that? I'd have to pull it up, but it's like the Mobile Subscriber International Serial Number for the device. So anytime you see MSISDN, there's a lot of acronyms. This is always the phone number of the device. Got it. You can close out. Now there's one separate document for the CDRs and then one for the data sessions. Tell us how those differ, what we're looking at. So the CDRs is going to be the actual call detail records. Typically, it's always going to be the dialing and receiving calls. Anytime there's a call transaction with the cellular device and another device on the network or off the network, it's going to include text messages. So any kind of transaction that traverses the network that's related to communications on the device, whether it's calls, text, stuff like that. What about the data sessions? The data sessions are specifically for internet connectivity, and it'll say in the actual file how many bytes up and down are occurring with each transaction. So if you're browsing the web, if you're using YouTube, something like that is what would be in the data sessions. It doesn't tell us what the data is or what sites they were connecting to, but just they were using mobile data. Okay, and so let's step back for a moment, and if you could explain to the jury how it is that a cell device actually interacts with the cell tower, generally. Sure. So you can think of cell towers kind of as giant Wi-Fi routers. So it's using radio frequencies to connect to the cell phone in your pocket, for example. Whenever there's any kind of transaction that occurs or you send or receive a call, it's reaching out through radio frequencies to typically the nearest cell tower.
It's establishing a connection wirelessly, and then it's using that cell network to transfer any data or any call that you may have through the network to where it's supposed to go and back and forth to your device. So you're always going to be connected to a cellular tower. And you'll notice if you go into rural areas, you lose connection. You're just so far away from cell towers or you're blocked, you're not going to be connected.
And you said generally you're going to be connected to the nearest cell tower. You mean nearest geographically?
Correct.
Okay. Are there some exceptions to that? What is a general?
Yeah, and I actually have some exhibits prepared if you would like to go into that. It can really help illustrate it a little better. So
While you pull that up, just a couple more follow-up questions.
Sure.
So the jury understands, if I have my phone and it's locked, right? Like I'm not doing any activity on it. Is my phone interacting with the nearest cell tower at this point in time?
Oftentimes, yes.
Why is that, or how is that?
So the cell towers are constantly trying to keep you connected to the network, and oftentimes the cell towers, especially if you're moving, you're getting transferred to other towers. They're constantly gauging connectivity to you. If you're in a crowded space, the network traffic can sometimes be a factor. So if that tower is becoming congested, then it'll move you to another best available connection. So there's always stuff going on in the background with cell towers to keep you connected and to give you the best service.
So I don't need to be actively on my phone sending a text to interact with the tower.
Correct.
And likewise, if my phone is quiet or in sleep mode in my pocket and I receive a text, that could be coming through, or has to be coming through a tower as well.
Correct.
Okay. And what did you want to illustrate with this?
So I have a few photos just to kind of help make this concept a little more clear. So this is an example of the mapping that we do. We'll come back to these. So the data in the top left is not as relevant now as the actual imagery that you see on the screen. But what we have here is at the base of this triangle is going to be a cell tower. As you're driving around, I'm sure you've probably seen them. They're usually three-sided. They look like giant triangular poles. Each one of those three sides is an antenna. So most cell towers have a set of 3 antennas that face out in 3 different directions. So what we can glean from that investigatively when we request these call detail records is it will log the transactions, it'll log the connections with the cell tower location that you're using, and then it will also tell us which of those 3 antennas on the tower your device was connected to. And from that, we can typically infer distance from the tower and the direction from the tower based on the density of other towers in the area. So let me try to break that down. But this just shows an example of our mapping software. The big red section is just showing you which direction the angle is facing. It doesn't mean anything's in that red area. It's just letting you know that the antenna is facing that way. So if you were at this house, for example, you would be connecting to this antenna on the cell tower. And again, there's 3 antennas. So if you were off over this way, say in this neighborhood to the right, I don't know if you can see my mouse over there or not, but if you're over to the right, you're typically going to connect to the antenna that faces that direction. That's not always true 100% of the time. Sometimes there's geographic interferences and stuff like that that could cause another tower in the area to be the best signal. Or it could even cause, this line is not necessarily a hard line, it can even cause you to connect to the other nearby antenna just because that one has a stronger, better signal. And we'll get into that a little bit more.
Yeah, in a moment. Just to kind of break it down. So if this particular cell tower, or this particular cell tower, has 3 antennas on it facing different directions.
Correct.
They cover 360 degrees.
That's correct.
But they're split in 3, so it's 120 each.
Yep, correct.
So this angle we're seeing, this particular antenna is 120 degrees of the total coverage area of this particular tower.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that sometimes there's a little bleed back, or I can't remember the term you used. I use bleed back.
Yeah.
Do you have something to illustrate that?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yep. So we'll get into that. And towards the end, I'll show you an example of multiple towers and how that would look. But if we zoom out a little bit, one of the questions is how can we determine then cell towers? There's documentation out there that shows they can travel in excess the signals of 20 plus miles in rural areas, and you can still get a connection. So in cities, we have multiple towers all throughout this area. Just in this image, there's multiple cell towers that you could be connecting to. So how do we know where that coverage starts and stops? There's a couple different ways. Typically, we can 100% map the direction from the tower that the antenna is facing. And then from there, and based on the cell tower density, we can start to infer coverage area, especially in an urban environment. because typically you're not going to be connecting to a cell tower across the entire city. Most of the time, you are going to connect to the nearest tower, and in my experience mapping these, I'll see that you will connect to the nearest tower, and usually the antenna that's facing you. So another way to visualize that, though, by estimating the coverage area with other towers in the area, would be this. And this is we call it the horizontal plane. So if you're looking down on a cell tower and you slice the coverage, this is what it looks like. And it's just a good representation to kind of see the coverage area. In real life, shapes aren't perfect. Even the wedge that I showed you previously with the little pie slice here, it's not a perfect shape. And I mean, I'm sure everybody's experienced that as they've dropped calls driving behind buildings, stuff like that. So there's a lot of shadowing that occurs. This edge is not perfect. So just keep in mind this is illustrative to give you a general idea of the direction someone is from the cell tower and where we can generally expect that coverage to be. So,
go ahead.
Okay, for example, and just to show the difference, this shows the direction from the tower. If we estimate coverage using, this is Trax mapping with their estimates and their algorithms and their understanding of the density of the towers in the area. This is the size of this particular tower that they came up with. Each tower is going to have a different size, again, based on how close other towers are to it. But the coverage area would be that entire red area. In theory, that's theoretical. And then this is just them overlaid, so you can really see the difference of the two mapping methods that I utilize.
Got it. You mentioned a couple terms, density and shadowing, and I want to just try to use my layman's terms and see if this explains it a little bit clearer. Fair to say that if you're in downtown Vegas, or say on the Strip, let's go with the Strip, there are a lot more cell towers down there than there are if you're out at Pabco Road on the way to Lake Mead.
Correct.
And so that might narrow in kind of your inference as to where the phone is, correct?
Absolutely.
And if you're out in that rural area, you may be hitting off a device, but you could be like, or a tower, and you could be like 15 to 20 miles away from that tower.
Correct.
In this particular area, we're talking about a residential neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
The Paladura neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several cell towers within this area?
Yes.
And likewise, we're going to be talking a little bit later about a Porcupine Rim address. Is that a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several towers with that in that area?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like there's one tower servicing this massive 20-mile thing. There's a bunch of cell towers in that.
Correct.
You were going to go on, I believe, to...
Yeah. And on that note, there's in cities and urban environments, we like it from an investigative perspective because just as he was saying, in the more dense urban environments, you're going to have a greater density of towers, which reduces the area that each tower services and covers. So in an example like this, you're going to have a lot more towers than you would in a rural area, which actually helps us dial in the general geographic area where somebody may be located or where somebody may be using that cell tower. Another technology, so there's two main concepts to the mapping and the location aspect of CDRs, and the second concept here is timing advance. What this is doing is it's using the same angles, the same antennas, so out of the 3 antennas, what we get with timing advance is the network, the cell tower, will send a signal to the device, and then the device will immediately bounce it back to the tower. Radio frequencies are the same material that light is. Radio frequencies travel at the speed of light. We know that speed, so when the tower sends the signal to the device and it bounces back, it's like an echo, like a sonar ping, and it uses the amount of time that it takes in fractions of a second to be able to calculate the distance from the tower that the device is.
So before you go on, just summarize it. Is your device required to be sending or receiving text messages or calls in order for the timing advance to come into play?
No, a lot of the times we see this occurring in the background.
Why is that?
The cell networks, and again, this was not designed for law enforcement purposes. This is all analytics on the cell network and cell carrier side. So they're trying to keep track of where the device is. They're trying to send out pings to make sure the device is still connected. It's all stuff to optimize the connectivity of the device and determine what the appropriate tower it should be connected to is. And just data for the carriers as well, because they're getting those distance measurements to see where devices are connecting to their antennas.
And to be fair, those carriers are big old corporations.
Correct.
Probably their bottom line is dollars.
Correct.
Right, so they want to give the best product, and so they're constantly testing and kind of refining their towers, etc.
Yes. And that's what all of this is for. And what I have here is several examples mapped together. And this is another tool that we use investigatively because if there's a lot of timing pings, one, you can track the movements of people. But if you get a lot of overlap, because we don't know exactly where on this arc they are. We know the distance from the tower, and you measure that distance with the whole length of the antenna. So that equal distance from the tower gives you a circular shape. We get a little bit of a half circle here. And we know that they're roughly that distance from the tower. It's pretty accurate within a few meters. And they're going to be somewhere along this line. So when we start getting a lot of activity in an area and the cell phone's bouncing off different towers, we start getting lines intersecting and we start getting lines developing next to each other. And for us, we often use this to locate suspects in crimes. In this particular case and example, we're using known locations, but it just kind of helps validate. You can see that you get a lot of that crisscrossing in areas that you know to be relevant to the investigation.
Let me stop you before you move on. So you said we use this a lot to locate suspects in committed crime. So initially you said this wasn't initially created as a law enforcement tool. This is stuff that the big cell phone companies are doing on their end.
Yes.
This is something you rely on very frequently in the law enforcement world.
Yes.
In fact, it's becoming more and more important to our investigation, particularly in homicide. Fair?
Correct.
You said that you sometimes use this to track and locate suspects. Have you, throughout the course of your experience, seen this and relied upon it? And if a phone says it's at these intersected arcs, that suspect is actually at that location?
Correct. And I started using CDRs as a property crimes detective, and a lot of times we would determine the suspect's phone number, and now we have to try to locate them to see where they're storing stolen things, stuff like that. So we would frequently be able to use these arcs to at least get a good idea of what street even that they live on, and then we'd be able to locate their car and locate them. So it gives us, again, it's not going to be a precise point like GPS. There's caveats to all of these, and the shapes aren't perfect, but reliably I've been able to solve cases and get within a pretty close distance of the suspect's house that I didn't know the address to.
And you mentioned GPS points. I'm glad you said that. So we've recently heard testimony from a detective, Spangler. You know him?
Yes, sir.
Spangler was tasked with dealing with the BERLA, which is GPS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that those precise GPS points are actually like breadcrumbs moving throughout the valley.
Yes, sir.
That's not what you're dealing with here.
No. What we're dealing with is we get a general geographic area of coverage. A GPS point will be able to put you within a 2 or 3 meter radius sometimes. What we're looking at is entire neighborhoods and the general direction from the tower. So I can say a device is in this general geographic area. However, I can't say exactly where in this shape it is located.
And let me just clarify something. Detective Spangler's responsibility was that GPS point.
Correct.
The BERLA.
Yes.
And it'll be up to the jury to decide if this is consistent with that. Anything you're doing today with this, you're not relying on any information from the Nissan Armada's BERLA system.
Correct.
This is entirely separate, and this is call detail records and timing events.
Correct. And in fact, when I map these records, I like to know as little about the case as possible, ideally, just because I'm able to focus on what the records are telling me, and I try to eliminate that bias from other sources, because then you know where to look. So if you don't have that information when you start the mapping, it's interesting how telling the records can be, and then you can cross-reference that with other data afterwards.
And you can also cross-reference it with things like video surveillance or times where witnesses say somebody is and all that stuff.
Correct.
But you're not doing that. That's for them to decide.
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Then we just have a couple more. This is another example. So if we go back a few slides, this is one tower that services that address. This is another tower that services that address. So you'll see there is a lot of overlap. And again, you'll have a couple options to connect to, and the cell network is constantly working in the background to keep you connected to the strongest and most reliable signal source. And again, typically that is going to be the closest tower and the direction you're facing. And I'll get into the caveats in a little bit, but just as another example of another tower in that area, and I should have overlaid them, but we'll see that in a little bit. But the coverage does overlap so that you don't drop calls. Obviously, there can't be dead spots between towers. And then this is again mapped with both features. The little, we call it a wedge. That's a wedge shape, a little pie slice. And then if we're trying to estimate or just show a visual estimate of the coverage area based on the tower density, this is the coverage area that we're getting per Trax's calculations.
Okay, before you move on, I just want to ask, Up in the left corner, it has your event number. It has August 7, 2023 is the date, map CDR records from AT&T in red. And then a little bit further down, it says time frame 0200 hours PDT to 212 PDT. Is that Pacific time?
Yes, Pacific time, specifically Pacific Daylight Time, because every time the clocks change, it puts us on a different time standard.
Okay, so we previously heard the term UTC through another witness. What does that mean to you?
And that's Universal Coordinated Time. It's UTC, and that's the standard that we receive all the records in. That's the standard time that the entire world can utilize if we wanted to be on the same page. And then when you have time zones, you calculate the offset based off UTC. So UTC is always 0, and then PDT, for example, is UTC minus 7 hours, and that's how we would get to PDT.
And it's either -7 or -8,
correct,
depending on the time of year.
Yeah, we just switched to -8 with the time change.
Okay, and so if we're talking about August 7th records, you're doing a -7 to the records.
Correct.
Are the AT&T records themselves going to be reflecting UTC time?
Yes.
And so anytime this jury sees a map like this, you have already done the conversion for them.
Correct.
If they want to go back and look at the original records, they have to do the math and subtract 7 based on the time of year in the original raw records.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Are there more?
Yep, there's a few more.
explanatory slides? Okay, go ahead.
This is an example of 2 different carriers that service the same area. So the blue is T-Mobile, and then the red is going to be the tower that AT&T utilizes. However, these towers, even though they're 2 different networks, they are using 2 different towers to service the same general geographic area. So this is just what that looks like. And then I wanted to show this example just because we do get these outliers sometimes where you see this line from the, and again my mouse is on there, okay. So you see this line, and you'll notice that this little house here is going to be outside of that line, outside of the expected coverage area based on the wedge that we're looking at. However, and this is why I wanted to show the alternative method of mapping, if we utilize this H-plane, and the shape of that H-plane is determined from a bunch of scientific testing through the antenna manufacturers. They're able to use a chamber, it's called an anechoic chamber is the scientific name for it. They're able to basically measure the shape of the coverage area of the radio frequencies, and that's where this shape essentially comes from. So you can see that it propagates out from the tower, not in perfect lines, and sometimes you will have that coverage a little bit back from where the wedge shows.
So we're now seeing a 249 next to the red ping and a 5657 next to the blue ping. What do those mean?
So those are just the lines, the rows from the records that it was derived from. So this is one we're mapping, and we can even pull it up live later on. And I can show and get into that. But it's referencing each one of these points in my mapping software. This is just a screenshot, but I can click it, and it'll give me a little bit more information about where that specific record came from. And the way Trax does it, which is what we're seeing here when we're using just Trax, it's referencing the actual row number that it pulled that data from the spreadsheet that they provided.
Okay, before you move on, just so we're clear, if the jury wanted to go back and double check one particular point, they see a 249 like that on the AT&T records, they can go to line item 249 and look for themselves on the raw records.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead.
And all of those records, it's providing us latitude and longitude, it's providing us the antenna information. A lot of times it'll give you the rough street address as well for all the towers. So the software is designed to take all of that information from, it's just Excel spreadsheets with the phone numbers, the dialing number, the receiving number, all the information of a transaction or a call, including the location information of the towers that it was using. That's all in the boring spreadsheets, and then the software turns that into mapped data, and it allows us to see it.
Did you have more explanatory slides?
Yep, and this is one of the last 2. This is just a good example I pulled from the internet where it shows it's not that perfect wedge shape that we depict in the mapping. That's just to give you a general idea, again, of the geographic area that a phone might be connecting. However, in reality, it's more like a blob. So what you can see here is the dark blue would be this antenna, it goes out to here. Sometimes it'll bleed over to the side of the lines, and again, there might be obstructions, buildings, something like that, that creates shadowing because radio frequencies behave similarly to light. They're the same material. You might have tall buildings here, so the better connection will be the cell tower that's actually further away. And then just to give you an example of a dense urban environment with all of that overlap, this is what it could look like with the various coverage blending into each other with multiple cell towers. So this is similar to a neighborhood, like what we were just looking at with all the pictures I showed you before.
Got it. So with this particular exhibit, I want to get into a moving cell phone. So if a cell phone is interacting with towers or someone's on the phone and they're driving on the freeway, is there like handoffs between these towers as the phone moves? How does that work?
Yes, and so the coverage overlaps intentionally because when you start getting away from this tower, the network is constantly measuring and keeping track of your signal strength. And once you reach a certain point, and again that can change from day to day even, you reach a certain point where the network will decide now the next closest tower is the strongest signal, and it will seamlessly transfer you to that. So you can drive around town without ever dropping a call.
Maybe.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
All right, is that the end of your explanatory
Yes.
exhibits? Okay, so let's go back to folder 1 with Andrea Reyes, the CDRs.
Okay.
Go into provided files, CDRs, and then if you could open up the particular records we need to describe before you go into any mapping.
Sure, so we can open up the CDR records. So this is what it looks like when they send it to us. And what you'll see here is each column, they'll provide us, it's a ton of data. And I apologize, I wanted you all to be familiar with this before we get into the moving and the other exhibits, just because it's good to foundationally understand where all that data comes from and where all the mapping comes from. So
let's start with column A.
Column A here, we have the date, and it'll show you what date that cell transaction occurred on. And as you see, as I scroll down, the date will change. They're all in chronological order.
Column B.
Column B is the actual time in UTC.
Now, if someone on the jury wants to look at a particular line item, they've got to do their own math. They subtract 7. As a result of that, the actual date might change. Correct?
Yes.
So if you're looking at like a 2 a.m. record, you minus 7, you're going back 5 hours in the day before.
Well, and this first one is a good example. So on 8/2 of 2023, the first transaction we have is at 1:45 in the morning. It uses military time, so it's a 24-hour time display. So if it's 11 o'clock at night, you'll see it be 2300, similar to these. But the first one is at 1:45 in the morning, so you would have to subtract 7, and it's a little confusing because of the 12, but you just have to work it out. So it would be 1:45 a.m. minus 7 hours.
Okay, so let's skip over column C and go to column D first.
Okay.
What is that?
This is going to be the call type, so it's telling you, and there's a reference key we can get into because I don't have all of these memorized, but some of them. A couple examples like this is SMS, so that's just typical cellular messaging. So if you send or receive a text message, that is what this is. Let's see if there's.
How do we know when we're looking at a call?
So when we're looking at a call, you'll see it's going to be either MTC or MOC in these records, and you all will have the actual key as well if you're curious what these are. I reference it a lot because it's too much to memorize. There's so many different acronyms. However, when we're looking at a call, line 1 is another good example. You have the calling number and you have the dialed number. The number for the subject number of the transactions that we're looking at is always going to be on one side of those. So either they're the dialing number or they're the receiving number. So you'll see the target phone number for these records is 702-353-3823, and you'll see that 3823 on one side of every transaction. And this here is a call.
It's either the calling number or the dial number.
Correct.
Got it. And so I skipped over 3, duration, to get into call type first. So when we go to your example, example at line 11, go to 11 first.
Yes, sir.
That was a text message.
Yes.
So in the duration column, we see nothing, just blank.
Correct.
If you look above that, those are calls, and you're seeing a duration.
Correct.
So how is it that, or what does duration actually mean? Is it like the whole time I pick up my phone and I dial and then it's ringing, ringing, ringing? Or is it the time we're talking, or what?
It can vary between carriers, but usually it's when you connect. So the actual time that the call is connected, so when you hear it ringing, it's not connected yet, they pick up, and you'll even notice on your phone the timer starts. And that's how it's reflected in the cell network as well. So duration is approximately 30 seconds for this phone call.
Okay. And then, do you know off the top of your head what happens when a call goes to voicemail, what it looks like?
Not off the top of my head, because some of these are codes. So when it says the calling number, voicemail is often 9999, like this.
Well, but that would be in the key, right?
Yeah, so that'll be in the key, but it'll tell you if it goes to voicemail, and then there's make sure there's no other columns because each carrier is a little different. No. So it would be under the call type, and or there will be an actual code in the calling number to show that it went to voicemail. So you'll see weird little numbers like this, and you just have to reference the key to see what those mean.
Yeah. Okay. So go back to the top. We've gone through the first 5 or 6, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's go down the line, and you tell me what's important for the jury to know about the rest of the call.
Yeah, so, and this is for the phone number ending in 3823. And so, for example, this first line is just showing that there was an incoming call from this phone number ending in 3557. The number that they dialed was our target phone number, the 3823. And then, same thing, they say it a couple different ways with T-Mobile, the destination number, the called number, the dialed number, but you'll see that that's consistent with the target phone number for the records at the top. The IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identifier. That's just a serial number for the SIM card in your phone, because sometimes we'll have people changing out the SIM cards. It'll show that in the records. Sometimes the records will get messed up like that if I click too much. The IMEI, that's going to be the serial number for the device itself. So your cell phone will always have that same IMEI. That's just the digital serial number that's always attached to the device.
So let me stop you. If I keep my phone and I switch out the SIM card, the IMSI will remain, the IMSI will change, the IMEI will remain the same.
That's correct.
So the way I always say is like the IMEI is like the serial number of the phone, the IMSI is the serial number of the phone number.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you'll just have some completion codes. These are things I don't typically worry about. The service codes, this is an example of actually a forwarded call, and I start to retain some of these as I look at these records a lot. But the 02A with T-Mobile just means that the call was forwarded. And then this is all in the key as well. So these could be important if you're kind of curious about the nature of certain calls or you see something weird. The service code tells you a little bit more about what's going on. So if the call was forwarded or there's something abnormal about it, it'll be in these service codes, and there's a corresponding key that T-Mobile provides with us. The switch names and all of these cell site IDs, this is all corresponding to the network traffic as well as the network connection points that the cell networks basically distribute all of the traffic through. So it's not as relevant. And then the more relevant part when we get to these cell sites is the actual locations. So it'll show us the latitude, the longitude, and then, like I said before, it'll give us a rough address of the cell tower. And it'll tell us the city, the state that the tower's in, the zip code. That's all part of the address here. And a lot of the lines are blank.
Is there anything else generally we need to describe in this type of record for the jury, or can we move on to the timing?
Nope, we can move on.
All right, go ahead.
And I don't believe there's timing advance in this set, actually.
Data sessions.
Data sessions.
So what are we looking at that's different from what we just looked at?
So it's different, but still similar. The MSISDN, like I said before, that you can just think of that as the acronym for the phone number. That's a fancy way of saying phone number. So it's always going to be the target record's phone number. So this is the target record phone number that we sought this information for, and the phone number associated is always going to be the same. And then what happens is, this is the phone connecting to the internet through the cell network. So you can browse the web without having to connect to Wi-Fi, for example. That's because the cell network enables you to connect to the internet. It's going to assign you an IP address. Without getting into that, that's just giving you a temporary address to access the internet through, just like routers work. Cell networks work the same way. You're going to see the same familiar numbers we just saw last time with the IMEI. You're going to see the SIM card serial number, the IMSI. It gives us the start time, and it gives us an end time for the data connection.
Now, do these data connections need to be going live, or could this be something working in the background? If I leave Instagram open on my phone, this is still recording stuff.
Yeah, you can still be running in the background, or if you're driving around streaming music or something like that, that data session is always going to be open, and it's going to be handed off to other towers as you move around.
And then T-Mobile keeps track of those records so they can charge me for all that data.
Correct.
Anything else on this that you need to explain before we move on?
Nothing too fancy. It still shows you the cell tower sites and the locations and everything, though, which is how we can map, again, the latitude, longitude. It's how we know the location of the tower they're connecting to the internet through. And then it also gives us even the amount of data that they downloaded, the amount of data that they uploaded, and it gives us a duration in seconds. So we're able to, essentially all of this, we're able to take and put into a map and be able to see how long they were connected to a record or to a tower and what tower they were connected to. So it's just important to know everything that we map and we see on the maps comes from these data sheets.
You can close out of that. Can we now move on to mapping, or is there anything else you need to explain before that?
Nope, I think we are good to move on to mapping.
All right, so you're going to back out to the Andrea Reyes CDRs and then mapped data. What is inside this folder?
Inside this folder is what I produce. So when I get all of these files, I plug them into my software, and then this is what the software spits out. So it will map all of the data for me. There's a few things that I can do. I can change the colors and stuff like that to make it easier to represent. And then after I'm done reviewing it in the actual mapping software, I can export that to a Google Earth file so that we can open it on any computer, whether they have the software or not. So it exports it to a file that's more friendly and more accessible to everybody, which is going to be Google Earth.
Okay, and can we now move into some of this mapping?
Sure.
Let's do that.
So this is a good example to do standalone, but so we'll download Google Earth. This is typically what we use. Everybody has access to it, and it's provided by Google. So all of the software is able to create a file that Google Earth can read. So I'm just traveling down to Las Vegas. Oh, and actually, this particular record, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So,
all right, so before you move on, well, while you're moving on, I guess tell us what you're doing.
So right now, I have Google Earth open. This is going to be the program that we view the map to records in. So now I'm navigating to the file, the Google Earth file that I'm able to open that I created with that record in the CDR mapping, map data. So I'm going to open the Google Earth map to export that I created. So it's going to zoom into the area of the mapping. And there's a couple things to explain here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what we have up here in the top left is our little, and this is where it'll be more and more interesting for you guys. In the top left here, we see the time period that's displayed. So we have the records starting on 7/31 and they end on 8/21 of 2023. So right now it's showing all transactions during that time period.
Is it converted from UTC already?
Yes, I converted it in my mapping software. So I already converted it. This is PDT, so this will be -7. It'll be an hour offset from our current time because of daylight savings time that just occurred. However, it's showing me what I showed you before, these towers, and then every tower is going to have associated data with it. So it copies all the data from the spreadsheet, and it'll show me how it used that data to map it. So now we have the actual maps that we can produce from all that data on the spreadsheet.
And the date range that you were just referencing, that is the entirety of the records that you received for Andrea Reyes.
Correct.
So it goes back to July 31st of 23 and then it's August 21st of 23.
Correct.
Is that common to get that amount of time in records?
Yeah, oftentimes what we'll do is if we know when an event happened, we will look for a pattern of life as well. So we'll request a few weeks maybe before the event, just so we can see what their movements are, where they're typically located before the actual event in question that we're interested in.
And all of this has to be approved by a judge.
Correct.
And so, there's a lot of private information contained on your phone records. So you can't go overbroad and ask for like the entire cell phone history of this phone.
Correct. It's not a blank check, otherwise the warrant will get denied. So we can only ask for a reasonable window of time that would be relevant to what we're looking into.
And so this is the records that you received from Detective Ozawa associated with Andrea Reyes' phone.
Correct.
And show us what's relevant about the mapping related to this phone.
So if we zoom out a little bit, we'll see that it's in the state of Oregon. I don't have the state lines here, but this is California. Las Vegas is right here where my mouse hand is. And then up here, just north of California, we have an area in Oregon. And I can even turn on some borders and labels so we can actually see a little bit more familiar. So here we have the state of Oregon. Zoom in down here to southwest Oregon. That's where all of the records are at. It started automatically zooming in because there were no records outside of this area. So for this particular phone number, the records are only in what you see on my screen right now. They never go anywhere else.
Got it. And so you, as a detective, you don't have any information as to why Andrea Reyes may be relevant, may be irrelevant. You're just given this information and you're trying to figure out where her phone was at an operative time.
That's correct, and I prefer not to know that information so I can just review the records as they are.
Can you focus in on the late evening hours of August 6th, 23 through the early morning hours of August 7th?
Yep, and what I can do is I can either adjust the slider here to narrow my window of time, but since we have something specific, I can actually type it in as well. So what was the date range that you wanted again?
Let's go with 10 p.m. on August 6th into 2 a.m. on August 7th.
Okay.
So we don't have to redo this, actually. Can you just do noon on August 6th or noon on August 7th?
Sure. So noon from August 6th, Pacific Daylight Time, to August 7th. Noon again, Pacific Daylight Time. And then you can see here, it'll show what time zone I'm using. And again, this is Southwest Oregon. And these two towers, we can infer based off everything I just told you about how the cell towers and network coverage works. This is a good example actually of a rural area where there's not a lot of towers and there's multiple cities and geographic areas that one tower can actually service. And you'll see there's two main towers that the people in this valley utilize, and the records were bouncing back and forth depending on which one had the best signal.
Okay, so it looks like Ms. Reyes' phone was in Oregon during the operative time period we just provided.
Correct.
We can back out of, well, unless you want to illustrate that with the moving map.
This one's not a great one for it because, and this is where rural detectives might have some troubles because you don't get a lot of movement in rural areas just because there's not a lot of towers that service large geographic regions. So I can close this out if we're done with it.
Yeah.
And let's travel back to Las Vegas.
All right, so if you can exit out of, or don't exit, minimize Google Earth, go into the second folder there.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
This is the provided files and mapped data for the phone number 702-561-9242.
And that was provided as Jonathan Willette's CDRs.
Correct.
Let's open the provided files real quick. CDR records, original. What are we looking at?
So these are the records that they send. These records are going to be a little different because they obtained them in a different way from my understanding. They used live tracking, and when you request live tracking of a phone, they'll also send you the historical records that we've been talking about, but they don't label them as nicely for us. So.
Okay, so hold on a second. So we talked a little bit earlier about attempting to locate suspects, and you've used this technology before.
Correct.
If a particular phone is missing from a scene, they go a different route and request records in a different way.
Correct.
So they could actually go find that phone, and you don't know how that phone was ultimately found, whether they used this or they just happened upon it.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So we can open up the files though. This is the table of contents I was talking about that the previous records and other T-Mobile records come with. It's actually pretty easy to look through, and I believe you all have access to this. But it tells you literally what every single one of those columns and rows means. It gives you some reference examples, and then it gives you some stuff that is not as important. However, it explains the date, it tells you the format the date's in, the call type, and then this is where we can see what each one of those things mean. So MOC, mobile originating call, MTC, mobile terminating call. It'll tell you what the transaction was, if you really wanted to dive into it and see what each row was talking about. Let me close that out. The next one, and they didn't label them very well for us, this is the certificate of authenticity. Same thing that was provided with the previous records, and that's provided with all records for us to utilize. They're just saying that these are legitimate from our end, and they're true and correct as far as they have them stored. And then this is just a request form for us. So when we want to terminate the live tracking, we fill out this form and send it back to them. And then we can get into the subscriber information. This is an example of a more complete set of subscriber information.
And read for the record the subscriber name here.
Subscriber name is showing Jonathan / Tracy Weilet / Baker.
Okay, and then there's a address associated with that.
Correct.
That subscriber address is what was given when the phone was initiated, correct?
That's correct.
Not, you can't glean from that address where the person lived at the time of any given incident.
No.
Okay. When was the activation date on this one?
11/13 of year 2020.
And then IMSI, same as we've described before.
Yep, same as we described before. The serial number for the SIM that they're using. MSISDN, which is again a fancy way of saying phone number. And that's going to be the target phone number for these records, which you'll see in the top left of every associated record as well.
Did you read that into the record?
The phone number for the record we're looking at? It is area code 702-561-9242.
Okay. Close out of that and move on to the next. And you're hitting don't save, I noticed, every time. You're leaving this exhibit in the condition the exhibit is going back to the jury.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not changing anything. So when I click around, sometimes you'll see like that column collapsed into a different number format. I don't want it to stay like that. I want it to stay the way that we received the record. So I'm just saying don't save.
Got it. What's
the next one would be, and this is why I have another folder that says functional format.
Oh, okay. What does that mean?
That just means that they sent me a weird format. It's Microsoft Excel 97 to 2003. So that was the way they saved it on their end. So what I was able to do, it just asked me if I wanted to convert it to a format that my computer can read, which I did, which is why I made this functional format folder. So now we click that and it'll actually open up.
Okay. And so again, we're working with T-Mobile records for Jonathan.
Yes.
And all the columns that we went through previously, that would apply to this record as well?
Yep, the same record.
And so we're clear, this is in UTC as we look at it now.
Yes.
So any mapping you did with regard to Jonathan's phone would have been converted already.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they tell you at the top, they remind us that all times are in UTC, and then they tell you the actual time frame of the records at hand. So these records are from 6/1 of 2023 to 8/7 of 2023. And so it's a lot longer, and this is why we use programs to map them, and we don't do it by hand, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of rows, all the way down to almost 6,000 transactions in this one set of records.
Got it. Now, these particular records end on August 7, 2023 at 8:55 p.m. UTC.
Correct.
I hate to put you on the spot to do math, but what does that mean specifically?
Oh, that should be 1:55 in the morning.
1:55 in the morning?
Or sorry, no, we're PM. 1:55 in the afternoon.
Okay. And so you wouldn't know if that device was actually found at that time by the detective?
No.
Okay.
And then nothing really to go over otherwise. It has the date, the time, and UTC, like we said, and then you'll have to be on the spot and subtract 7 with a 12 in the mix to figure out the time.
And let me correct my language. I said you wouldn't know if the phone was found at that time. It could have been seized at that time. You just don't know.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know the details of the device itself. I'm just operating off of what the network provided us.
Close out of that.
Okay.
And timing is new.
Yes.
So let's go into this and describe how this is different from what we've seen with Ms. Reyes.
So these are, we map them as the timing arcs. So when I showed you all those crisscrossing arcs, this is where that comes from. It's a separate document. And again, it uses that echo ping to calculate the distance from the network. There is a way to map it with lat longs, but it's not as accurate as GPS, and they give us weird confidence levels. So instead, I map it as the arcs because we actually know how that works, and there's more confidence involved with it. And it tells us some of the same stuff we've seen before, like the IMSI, the IMEI. It tells us the phone model, and then it will tell us the actual time as we scroll over. It'll tell us the time of the transactions, and the way that I map it, and the best practices and industry standard way of mapping this kind of information is utilizing those arcs, and it measures the distance here in these columns. But it's using the same cell towers, same location information, same date and time, same device information. The only difference with timing is it's using those antennas, and it's calculating the distance from the antenna whenever they're sending that little ping signal to the phone, and the phone's sending it back.
Close out of that unless there's anything more to talk about.
Nope.
And we go into mapped data.
So in mapped data.
Go ahead, I'll let you kind of take the floor with it.
Sure, and so what I like to do, I use CastViz and Trax. There's a lot of different mapping programs out there. They all do essentially the same thing. They take all of those spreadsheets we just looked at, and then they will convert all of that into visual data that we can see on a map. It'll take the lat long, it'll take the facing. We know which direction the antennas face because in those records it provides what we call an azimuth, and that's the direction in 360 degrees with north being 0. It tells us how many degrees that tower is facing. So we know all of that information so that we can put it on a map. And you can actually map these records by hand. But again, we use the software because I don't have time to map 6,000 records per transaction. I use CastViz and Trax primarily, and I like to map it with both because then I validate the software off of each other. As long as I'm getting the same result with both software, I know that they're doing their job. And then I like to get into the records as well and verify a couple points of interest just to make sure, again, that the software is doing its job, which it reliably does, and it's trusted in the industry.
So you actually go in and just kind of point check the work that the software does?
Yes.
And you actually do the mapping with the lat long?
Yes. Yep, and I even like to go in sometimes with Google Earth, for example. You can go in and you can see the street view. I like to go in and you can visually confirm. You can use Street View to see that there's a cell tower there. So sometimes I just like to make sure that the software is doing its job correctly and all of the data is correct.
Which one are we going to work off of here?
CastViz, I include Trax, and Trax is the one that makes that big kind of potato shape. I use that kind of illustratively. However, I rely predominantly on CastViz just because it gives us the raw data that's in the spreadsheets. It gives us the antenna, it gives us the sector width. So it's not inferring or adding anything. It's a little more sterile and a little more basic. So I like to work off of CastViz. So for the remaining exhibits, I'm going to be showing CastViz stuff. For these, though, I mapped them all together if you would like to. So for these remaining files, we can go through before opening the actual mapping because
you have them all included?
I was able to make it so I can open them all at once and then we can select.
Okay, before we do that, go in and open up the, slow down here. Okay. Before we do that, back out, go to the CDR mapping. Folder number 3 is what?
It's marked as phone number 702-677-4430, Devyn Michaels, CDRs.
Open that. Provided files, CDR records, and certificate of authenticity. So now we're finally seeing an AT&T logo, is that right?
Correct.
So what we talked about earlier was T-Mobile records. They're kept a little bit differently than AT&T records, correct?
Yes.
Pull out or close out of this. This is just the normal certificate of authenticity saying these are the records for this number?
Correct, same concept.
And then what are these extra folders?
So we have 2 different folders. They send it as a zip file, so I preserve that and then we extract it. So If we click the zip file, you'll see a bunch of records in it. So then I will unzip the file so it's computer friendly, and it's a copy of the file. So I left the zip copy there because that's how they send them. It just compresses it so it can go through email.
Got it. So let's open up the uncompressed or decompressed version.
Yep. So the uncompressed, there's 2 different sets, by the way. They requested the timing, I believe, after the fact, or we got 2 different sets of records through 2 different requests. So yeah, this is the timing. So this is the main one where we have the actual call records, if you want to get into that.
Yes, please.
So let me open up the key first. Similar to the T-Mobile key, they give you a reference key just because it's too much to be able to memorize or know what all of these things are when they send it to regular detectives. So everything is defined, everything that you would need to reference. So when it's talking about cell locations, it gives you details on how it works, deeper than what we need to go into today. But it's given you the actual site IDs for the cell towers, it's given you the lat longs, and then it's given you the actual beam widths, which is how wide we make that wedge. It's almost always 120 degrees. And then it gives you some definitions. So there's just a lot of good information in here that I refer to frequently whenever I see something weird in the records that I don't understand or that I want to know more about. And it explains how it all works. And then they give the files to us in 2 different ways. So they give it to us as a PDF, which is more human friendly. And the report AU for AT&T is the call detail records with all the phone and text transactions. And then they also put their data in one sheet.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
Sure.
This looks different from the T-Mobile record, so let's kind of go through the columns real quickly.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So different but still similar. So at the top left, you'll still always see the target phone number. And for this record, it's 702-677-4430. At the top, they're letting you know that these are in UTC time, so you got to do some math if you want to convert it to your local time, which my software does. And then you're going to have the same columns. They're nice enough to give us a row number for their columns. And then they also give us the date, the time. They give us the originating number, the terminating number of the call, so both sides of the call transaction again. We see the familiar IMEI, which is the serial number for the device. We see the familiar IMSI, which is the caller serial number for their SIM card. And then it gives us the locations of the towers that's being used.
Okay. You can close out of that. And did we skip over the subscriber on this one?
That one might have been in the other folder here. This would be the subscriber.
Oh, just for the record, who's the name on that?
The name on this is Devyn Michaels.
And the address?
The address on record is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130.
And does this one show activation date like the other ones did? Service start date?
Yeah, it shows
that.
Where'd you see it?
Alright.
Oh, here we are. Active time. So the MSISDN, and remember that's the acronym for phone number, active on 11/23/2021 to now, or when we pulled the records.
Got it. Okay, you can close out of that. Thought we'd skip that. What else are we doing?
They give us a couple different things, and for some reason they'll send it as a separate file. But the IMEI is saying for this phone or this IMEI, this is the phone number that's associated with it as of this time, 7/10/2023. And then the phones will often have, sometimes we'll see 2 of these just because you can have different SIMs inside one device. So they'll send us a report though if there's any serial numbers associated with the phone number and the actual device. But that's the whole page. They do it as a separate page for some reason. Same with the IMSI, which remember is a serial number essentially for the SIM card.
Okay.
And then location. So AT&T has this proprietary way of locating devices that they don't even fully explain to us because it's part of their secret sauce. But it's called Location Database of Record. It's unreliable, I've found, and a lot of experts in the field have found, so I haven't mapped anything with this. However, it is possible. It gives you GPS-like points, but if you look at the column over here, it says location accuracy unknown, and I don't like dealing with unknowns. I like stuff I can explain and information and data that I can actually source and rely on. So when they're saying location accuracy is unknown for these latitude and longitudes they're providing, that's worthless to me, so I don't map them.
Got it.
And then timing advance is what we're already familiar with. That's that sonar ping that it sends to the device and back, and then they have a whole separate file for that as well. Similar again, has the phone number, the IMSI, the date, and then it gives us the latitude and longitude of the cell towers, and then it even has the sector orientation. This is the azimuth. That's where on the 360-degree compass that it's facing. So we know which way that antenna is facing. We know exactly the lat long of the tower. That's how we're able to map it.
Okay, you can close out of that. Before you go into your overlaid mapping, back out one.
And this was the other folder as well. But
Okay.
they just break up their records, and this is not relevant to our mapping.
Okay, so we can back out now, go to the main folder, CDR mapping. And then go down to the next one. For the record, what's that title?
The next one, phone number 707-628-1336. Devyn Michaels, CDRs.
Provided files, CDR records and timing advance.
Yeah, and again, they sent it as two separate, so I just broke that up. But
So
CDR
let's go to
records.
CDR records, go to the, well, the certification is the certification, right?
Yes.
Is there a subscriber sheet for this one?
Yes. So the subscriber sheet. And again, at the top left, it has the phone number 707-628-1336. This is again T-Mobile records.
And this has a subscriber name of Joseph Sands and a address out in California, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know if Joseph Sands is a family member, Mr. Millette, or anything, that's just the info that was given to T-Mobile.
Correct.
Activation date?
Activation date, it's showing 3/1 of 2010. And then the same information we had on the previous records.
All right, and then this one says there's data sessions.
Correct.
And then CDRs, which we've already gone through.
Correct.
Back out one folder, and then go to timing advance. So this also has timing advance records.
Correct.
So this particular device, we have CDRs, timing advance, and data sessions.
Correct.
Is that just more information you can glean from the records?
Yes.
You can go ahead and back out.
Okay.
Before we go into our mapping, there's a folder entitled Google well, let me skip that for a moment. NDCAC Tower List, what does that mean?
So that's NDCAC. That's an organization that's managed by the FBI. It's a subset of the FBI. It's the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, something along those lines. But they're a resource that we have that we partner with the FBI on. I have access to a lot of their resources that they provide law enforcement. That's where I downloaded CastViz from. So they have tools on there such as CastViz for mapping software. They have a lot of other tools. One of the tools that they provide is tower lists. So sometimes the carriers will neglect to send us the tower lists on a search warrant. NDCAC keeps a database of all tower lists from a certain time period so that we can have something for that call detail record to grab onto. Because without the tower list, there's no way to map it.
Got it. So you don't need to go out and drive around and see where the towers are. This is the tower list of
Correct.
the operative time period listed on the folder.
Correct.
Okay.
So I have those as a resource, just in case we're missing towers or something like that. Or if it'll show half of my records weren't mapped, then I know that they must have neglected to send me the full tower list. So I just go in and I get the full tower list.
Okay. So before you go into your overlay mapping, there's a folder entitled Google Location Map.
Yes.
Is that included in your overlay mapping, or should we handle that separately?
That I can include it. I already created a separate exhibit for it that we can open up.
Okay, well, let's go into it first, and
Okay. So Google location data.
and then it says 3 folders, first step, second step, third step.
Correct.
Those records were also provided to you by Detective Ozawa.
Correct.
And this is a little different from CDRs from a cell phone company.
Correct.
This is from Google directly, correct?
Yes.
If you can open one of the folders, or if you need to go into all three, to explain generally what type of data you are.
Yeah, so with Google, and I'll take it from the top a little bit just to be able to explain it. What Google does is when you start up a new phone and you download a Google-based application and you're signing their big long privacy document and you check I understand, inside of that they are giving themselves permission to collect data related to, among other things, your location. And Google will use that for analytics, they use it for advertising purposes, they're storing as much information as they can grab from your phone. So what they're programming into their applications on your device is the ability to read locations from GPS, from cell towers, from Wi-Fi, and then it's sending, your device is sending all of that back to Google, and then they're keeping a database of it. So similar to how the cell carriers are storing all of your information from when you're making calls and sending texts, Google does the same thing on their end as well. And so what we're able to do is we're able to ask Google for this information, but it's a little bit of a complicated process. When Detective Ozawa did this, I've done a few of them a few years ago when I was a property crimes detective. But what Google does to protect the privacy of their customers is they require a search warrant and we'll ask for a geofence. So we will look for any devices. We'll ask Google, do you have any devices that said they were in this geographic area? And we'll draw a square or a shape, and inside of that geographic area we'll send them all the coordinates so that they know the shape.
At a given time.
At a given time. So at a certain time period, so maybe this week in August, we're looking for any devices that entered this location. Or we can make it as narrow as this 10-minute period. We want any devices that you, Google, logged inside of this geographic area. What they send us back is a spreadsheet of, it's called obfuscated IDs. So they send us, it's a bunch of random numbers, and every device has a long random number associated with it. And we can map it still, but we have to pick out based on that, hey, we're interested in these 3 different ID numbers. And they don't give us any information on who it belongs to. They don't tell us if it's a phone or a microwave. They don't tell us anything other than it was at this location and this is the arbitrary number that we gave it for your purposes. If we find a device of interest that we see moving around in that area or in the area of interest at that time, we send those numbers back to Google for a second step and we say, hey, we want more information on this, or we would like the subscriber information and identities on this. And then that's what the various steps are. Detective Ozawa would have to go into more details of what he was requesting each step, but that's how they do it, just so the customer data is initially anonymous. Because if we do a bank robbery at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, we're going to capture a lot of innocent people whose privacy is completely unrelated to what we're investigating. So we have to try to pick out what we think are the suspect devices. That way we're not just arbitrarily violating everybody's privacy who happened to be there at the time.
And in this particular case, did you or Detective Ozawa receive Google location data ultimately in the 3rd step for one or more devices?
I believe he got multiple devices, but I only focused on one in particular. This should be, yeah, he got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 of interest that he picked out.
Okay, and they're titled Jonathan Willett, Devyn Michaels, Tracy Baker, and Yoko.
Yes, and each file has an associated file that is the original zip from Google, but he didn't want to change the actual file, so in good practices, he made a copy of it, and then he noted which one was which.
Got it. And so I believe you said you narrowed it down or focused on one. Was that the victim, or Jonathan Willett's
Correct.
device?
Yes.
And what type of information did you get before you go into the mapping part that allowed you to map Jonathan Willett's device?
So they gave us, let me see if I can pull it up. The information they send you, and just so you know what I'm looking at, the information that they send you, this is like the billing information, so that we can see, once we ask for, hey, what's this big long number, and you can see up here, these are the big long numbers they provide us. What's this big long number, who's associated with it, so they send it back, and they tell us it's based off this billing information, and then a lot of times we'll get suspect information, or we'll get, whoever is in charge of those accounts, so Google Pay, billing info, and then you'll see, for example, this one says Jonathan Willett when I clicked down into the folders. So similar to the CDRs, they give us customer information once we finally know what numbers of interest we're requesting.
And what type of location data are we talking about? Are we talking about interactions with Google or interactions with cell towers?
So for the location data, it could be interactions with cell towers. And these particular records, though, the location data that they had sent back was interactions with GPS and interactions with Wi-Fi. Because remember, this is all information that Google is telling your device to send to them. They're getting into the GPS databases, they're getting into the Wi-Fi databases on your phone, and telling your phone to send them all of that information that they're storing.
Anything else foundationally we need to do with these records, or can we go now into the big mapping?
Well, just to show you what the records look like, this is the reverse location obfuscated ID. So this is what they send us, and this is associated with each device, has its own unique one of these. That's just the number Google gives us so that we don't know who it is, we don't know what kind of device it is, we just know it's a device, and this is the number they associate. So during the other steps, Detective Ozawa would have requested, hey, I want more information on this number, tell me more, with another court order, and then they send it back. This is the actual location information they sent back for it, and we know that it is Jonathan's based on the billing information that I just opened, and then they provide us timestamp, they provide us the latitude, the longitude, they provide us a display radius, which is their version of accuracy. So they give us a certain radius of accuracy. So if you ever pull up Google Maps on your phone, you'll see the little dot, and then you'll see a more blurry dot surrounding it. That's the accuracy region. So you're somewhere, probably, according to your GPS or your device, somewhere within that. Google pulls that information, and then they preserve that as well. So a radius of 100 meters, if we expand it out a little bit, they say it's meters. So they're saying that there is a Wi-Fi source at this location, and if you're connected to it or you're seeing it, you could be within 100 meters of this location here. So you get a 100-meter radius, basically, of where the device probably is.
Okay. Anything else you need to explain foundationally, or can we move into the map?
Nope, foundationally, otherwise it sounds like y'all are already familiar with GPS and how that works. When we're talking Wi-Fi though, it is important to note that based on their databases and crowdsourcing, Google maintains a whole database of Wi-Fi networks. For example, every time you connect to one, they're taking that information and they're making a database and storing it. With Wi-Fi, when it gives us the location, it's giving us the location of where they believe approximately that Wi-Fi network is at, or where that router that creates that Wi-Fi coverage area is at. So if you're connected to it, it's likely that you're anywhere within that 100 meter radius. However, you're not necessarily at the dot. You could be connected to it from the edge of the radius, and sometimes a little bit beyond. It's not perfect.
Got it.
All right, let me back out of all these files. Okay.
Okay. So how best and most succinctly can you explain for the jury what you did with the mapping for all four of the, well, I should say all three of the phone numbers, because Andrea we've kind of excluded at this point, and the Google.
Andrea is still in this. So what I did, that first file that I opened up for Andrea up in Oregon, what I'm able to do is I can open all of those files up in Google Earth, and I can just combine them, and you'll see that in a moment what that looks like. But I just create a folder inside Google Earth, and then I can save that as another Google Earth file so that everything's included, and we can open it all up at once. So let me do that. So we have Google Earth open. I like to open it from Google Earth. And so I will open up this is my CastViz mapping with all 4 phone numbers, and it might take a second because it's a lot of data. As you saw, some of those sheets are 6,000 items long, and my computer is now processing thousands and thousands of items at once. So it zoomed out because there's some activity up here in Oregon that we're already familiar with, as you can see. That's what we saw before. I'm going to uncheck that, and what I just did is I opened the file that I created. There's a drop-down. It's basically a Google Earth folder system. So I created a few points of interest, so that way we can easily see them and we don't have to keep trying to type it in and guess where they're at.
A few or two?
2.
Okay.
2 points of interest. And then that is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130. And the second one is 2698 Pauladura Drive, Henderson, Nevada, 89074. I'm going to uncheck, just to help my computer with processing, Andrea Reyes, the 702-353-3823 phone number, and when I uncheck it, it's no longer displaying her information anymore. You go down to Las Vegas here. And so the 3 phones, cellular device records that I have up now is the number ending in 9242, the number ending in 1336, and the number ending in 4430 for Jonathan Weilet, Devier Weilet, and Devyn Michaels.
Okay, so let's narrow this down a little bit to the evening hours of August 6, 2023.
And I'm just dialing in the time now because we're displaying almost a whole week of data at once, so we're just narrowing that to the relevant time period.
Let's do 7 p.m. Change that to P.
So 7 p.m. on the 6th.
Yep, and then I guess 9 a.m. on the 7th.
Sure.
And if the jury wants to see outside that range that I picked as an example, they can go into this box on the exhibit itself and they can change that stuff.
Yeah, as long as they have Google Earth on the computer they're using. And yours, if you are looking at it, yours might crash. This is an expensive computer that's made to do this, so that's why I brought it today.
Oh, well, now.
But I do have,
I was going to say, you made some backups in the event that happened.
I made some videos for y'all as well.
Okay. Do you need to explain that now or after?
Whatever you prefer. I would like to be able to play the videos, just because it's set at the perfect speed and everything's easy to just have up.
Okay, so before we get there though, just representative-wise, you've unclicked Andrea Reyes, so now we have the records associated with Jonathan Willett, Devier Willett, Devyn Michaels.
Correct.
Next to the names on the left, it says the colors. Jonathan is in blue, Devier is in green, Devyn is in red.
Correct.
And so anytime we see green on that map, it represents Devier. Anytime we see blue on that map, it represents Jonathan. Anytime we see red, it represents Devyn.
Correct.
Okay. Would you prefer to go into the videos and play those?
Yeah, it might be better to play the videos, and I can keep this up in the background too. We can go in and look at stuff live. The benefit of being able to do this is just so we can, for example, we can zoom in on records, and in Google Earth without having to have my mapping software because I exported it to Google Earth. If your computer can handle it, you can go in and you can click and you can see the information that it's pulling to map those records and a little bit more detail about it, because as you're clicking around, you can see if a call transaction, this is just timing advance because it's zeros, but you can see how long certain calls are. For example, this one was 2 minutes and 9 seconds for this transaction that used this particular tower and antenna facing. So it's just something you can click around and explore. This is what I do investigatively when I'm trying to determine information based off of the cell records.
Got it.
But let me pull up the videos that I made because those are less likely to crash.
And the jury will have access to these videos too.
Correct, yep.
And that's not linked to Google. That's like a screen record of you doing this prior to court.
Yes, so I used Google Earth, and you're able to, it's going to freak out when I do it right now, but.
Well, don't do it. Okay.
Oh, we can, we'll leave that. So I can hit this play button though. I just haven't adjusted the speed, but you can change the speed. And if I hit play, it'll slowly start going through whatever time window I have, so the time slider will move through time. And it's kind of like the snake game. If you have a large enough time window, you'll see at the head of the snake transactions are popping up, and after a couple seconds, you'll see the tail of the snake falling off. And it's good to have that window of time instead of just a point, because you can kind of see the history and where the snake is coming from when you play it. Instead, you'll have points popping up if you don't trail it a little bit. And I'll show you what that looks like in the video here.
What time frame are we looking at for the record?
So the time frame we're looking at is similar, and I have it, let me back out a little bit. I put it in the file names so that we know. The time frame you're looking at is going to be 1900, which is 7 p.m. on August 6th, and then it goes until 2 p.m. the next day on August 7th. I have it set so that every second that passes in our lives right now is approximately a little less than a minute on the display. I can slow my playback time down a little bit if it's too fast and we want to pause it and go back. We can manipulate this however we want. But let me just hit play. So we're starting at 7 p.m. on the night of August 6th. The blue is Jonathan's records, and the red, okay, I hit play. The red will be Devyn's, and then the green will be Devyn. And you can see up here at 55 Porcupine, you'll see some red and some green popping up, indicating that they're in that geographic area. You'll see down at 2698 Pauladura, you'll see the blue. And from Porcupine, this is that snake I was telling you about. You can see the device traveling based off the nearest cell towers. From Porcupine down to Pauladura Drive, just got there around 8 p.m. the night of the 6th.
There's been flashes of green up at the Porcupine Rim.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Let's just put that into the record when you do see it. Go ahead.
Okay. And so what we just saw was the red records, Devyn's records, appearing to travel down. And you'll often see that you can infer what street people are even on based on how the records travel. So I'll back it up a little bit so you can see that traveling again. But this is what it looks like with the timing and the cell tower data when somebody's moving through a city and they're getting handed off to the next best cell towers as they travel.
Before you move on,
Sure.
just real quick, we see these devices lighting up. Sometimes they're right next to each other. Does that necessarily mean they're communicating with each other, or they're just communicating?
No, this is just general. So the way that I mapped it is I mapped all the timing, all the data, all the calls, everything for each person as one color. So everything in red, if you see red, it could be either data source, it could be call records, it could be text messages, it could be anything that involves the cellular network. That's all it's showing is just activity for that device and which cell tower they were using.
Okay.
And let me play again. So again, it's 7:50 p.m. on the night of the 6th, traveling down to 2698 Pauladura Drive, or the geographic area thereof at least. And then at the top, you see some green flashes of Porcupine Rim Street. And at 2698 Pauladura Drive, you're seeing a lot of red and blue activity.
And the green is still showing up at Porcupine Rim.
The green's still showing up at Porcupine Rim. And now at about 8:45, we see them. It looks like they're traveling together, or appearing to. You see red and blue popping up, and then ending up at Porcupine Rim Street. And let me pause it, because it's important to note that you don't get an exact minute-by-minute play. It's whenever the device has activity. So a lot of times you'll see gaps, just because the device isn't doing anything at those times.
You'll see gaps in the time.
Yeah, and you'll see gaps in activity, because you're not going to get a perfect line when somebody moves. Like, they'll disappear for a second, and you'll see them pop up a few blocks away, just because the device wasn't doing anything at that moment.
Go ahead.
So now all three devices are showing up at Porcupine Rim Street. We have some green, we have some blue, we have some red, all overlapping in the geographic area of Porcupine Rim.
And we have blue and red heading back, and for the record, what time is that?
So blue and red heading back, and they're arriving back in the area at 2698 Pauladura Drive at approximately 10 p.m.
So Jonathan's cell phone is activating on the way back to the Pauladura residence at 9:50 something?
Yeah, and we can back it up a little bit. So they're traveling there at about 9:45. They're about halfway between Porcupine Rim Street and Pauladura Drive, in the middle of the city, and you can see both devices are showing up. I do have a trailing of time, so if the red just had a transaction and the blue didn't, you'll still see the blue a little bit back. It doesn't mean they're not traveling together. It doesn't mean they are traveling together, but they have activity in the same area. They appear to be traveling around the same time. So we're traveling down from Porcupine Rim Street, it looks like, and it looks like, based on the towers that they're hopping and handing off to, traveling towards the geographic area of 2698 Pauladura Drive. We're only seeing the blue, Jonathan's, and the red, Devyn's records, traveling right now. And the green records, Devyn, is still showing up at Porcupine Rim. So at about 10 o'clock, it looks like the blue and the red are now utilizing cell towers in the geographic area of 2698 Pauladura Drive.
Green is popping up at Porcupine Rim at about 10:26.
Yep, and now at 10:30, we're still seeing blue and red at Pauladura, and we're seeing more green at Porcupine Rim as we come up on 10:45. Coming up on 11 o'clock now. 11 o'clock, we're still seeing, let me freeze it, it's 11:04 p.m. on the night of the 6th. We're seeing green cellular device network activity for Devier up at 5510 Porcupine Rim. And down here on the bottom of the screen, you see we're not seeing as much blue activity anymore, but we're still seeing red for Devyn at 2698 Pauladura Drive.
Pause there for a second. So just because we're not seeing blue down at Pauladura does not mean the device isn't still at Pauladura.
Correct.
It means it's just not interacting or doing things.
Correct. It's just not, for whatever reason, it's not engaging with the network. Obviously, the more you use your device and the more you're doing stuff on it, the more you're going to have activity reflected through the network, whether it's calls, data, stuff like that. If you're not touching your device, it goes dormant, and it's unless you have something in the background running like music playing, you're not going to have a network connection, and then we're not going to see anything in the actual records.
Go ahead.
So coming up on 11:15, we see some red at 2698 Pauladura Drive, a blip of blue at approximately 11:20, and again at 11:28. And if I remember correctly, that's the last we see of the blue at around 11:30 at night on the 6th at Pauladura Drive.
On this, please.
Yes, on this.
Blue, a little bit different.
Correct. And we had a blip of red at...
Sorry, let me stop you.
Go ahead.
Green just popped up at Porcupine Rim.
Correct.
What time was that?
And if we want to go to the live, we can get a little bit more into that as well. But
No, that's okay.
at about 11:35 p.m., we see green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll watch for it now more. 11 at midnight, we see green at Porcupine Rim Street. We're still seeing red activity down at Pauladura Drive, and that's at about 12:25. And we just saw some green at around 12:25 as well up at Porcupine Rim Street. This is half an hour past midnight. Seeing a little more activity by the red down at Pauladura. More green at 12:55 at Porcupine Rim. More red at Pauladura at about 1:05 in the morning. And at about 1:18 in the morning, we're seeing more green at Porcupine Rim for Devier. And for Devyn, we just saw at 1:30 Pauladura Drive again. And this is all in the morning. At about 1:45, we just saw more green at Porcupine Rim.
So when we're seeing green flashing into these late night, early morning hours, does that mean that the Devier phone is actively communicating, or does that mean something else?
Not necessarily. We'd have to check the records themselves. What I just saw coming up, just from mapping these records so much, were the timing arcs. So for whatever reason, the cellular network was pinging the phone. And then we can even get into the records to see exactly what they're doing on it, because we'll be able to see if they sent a text message at a certain time or a phone call. But usually when you're manipulating your device, we'll see a lot more of that signaling.
So this could be just signaling from the network to the device.
Correct.
We could be asleep for all we know.
Yeah, sometimes the network's doing that on its own.
If you can resume it.
And again, we're at about 2 a.m. right now, 2 in the morning. The time showing is 2:03. We have red at Pauladura Drive, and we have green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll hit play again. 2:05, 2:08, 2:10 in the morning, and now we see the red. It appears to be leaving the geographic area of Pauladura Drive.
Okay, back up, sorry. Go to around 2 o'clock.
It's 2:04.
Okay, that'll work. So 2:04, the red phone appears to still be down at 2690 Pauladura.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Let me hit play. So we're coming up on 2:10, 2:15, and the device appears to be in motion, traveling towards the geographic area of 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Okay.
And it looks like around 2:40, they appear to be entering that general geographic area. And we're not seeing anything from blue down here at Pauladura anymore. And now we're just playing in the morning here. It's coming up on 3:20 in the morning. We see some
flashing
green
at Porcupine.
and some red still flashing at Porcupines.
So it's so funny because I use our TiVo time. I use our TiVo time, right?
On that, when the subpoena return,
I can pull it back up if you like. The subscriber.
the subscriber information.
Let me pull that one back up. Homicides, death investigations. We do any violent crimes such as shootings, stabbings. We respond to officer-involved shootings, as well as suspicious deaths, suicides, robberies, and a lot of cases like that.
And so when you're investigating those types of cases, what are some of your duties? Are you collecting evidence, something else?
Yes, depending on our role that we're assigned, depending on how many detectives are assisting with the investigation, you can either be the primary person with it, who's kind of overseeing everything. You can be doing interviews, collecting evidence, whether it be physical evidence on scene, tracking other evidence down, collecting video surveillance, writing search warrants, a wide range of job duties that are necessary for the investigation.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you assigned to assist in a murder investigation on that date?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the actual murder scene, which was at 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Who was there when you arrived that day?
At that time when we arrived, as detectives, we're usually contacted after the fact, after the initial response. So when we arrive, our Henderson police officers have already arrived at the location, and typically they've kind of frozen the location or kind of taken control of the area to make sure that it's preserved as best as possible.
And is that what was happening at that Paladura Drive when you showed up?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you arrive in the morning hours of that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you arrive with?
At that time, I don't remember exactly who in my squad was all on duty, but I believe Detective Ozawa and I were both working that morning. I know my sergeant, Sergeant Slattery, and then I believe the rest of our squad, as well as CSAs, were called to respond as well.
And can you walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through what you did at the scene when you arrived?
When we arrive on a scene, especially something of this magnitude, we will meet as a squad initially, and then we will get with whoever the on-scene ranking officer or like lieutenant or sergeant is for the patrol squad. They will typically have a brief that they can provide to us, give us as much detail or information as that they have, which would include involved parties, locations, if there's vehicles involved, any details that are pertinent that they've already learned once we arrive at the scene. And then after that has been conducted, we'll then get together as a squad and we'll determine our jobs and responsibilities. Once that's done, we could also end up doing like a walkthrough of the scene to then be able to kind of get a feel for what exactly we're looking at.
So talking about this specific scene on August 7th, 2023, you arrive, you get a briefing like how you just mentioned?
Correct.
Okay, so some initial details that the first responders provide to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after getting that information, what did you physically do?
On this scene, because the family was there and the family was, obviously they were dealing with the trauma of it and they're very cooperative with us, we were granted consent to initially walk in and kind of understand what we were there for, what we were responding to. We were able to see the initial scene, see the inside of the residence, and see the deceased person lying in the bed, so that we were able to kind of understand what exactly our investigation was going to entail.
So essentially you do a walkthrough of the murder scene, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. After going ahead and doing that walkthrough, did you assist with the execution of a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And that search warrant was granted for the residence from a judge, correct?
Yes, it was.
And did you also, were you involved in a search warrant for a truck that was located at that Paladura address?
Yes.
Now, talking about the scene itself, you mentioned that you did a walkthrough and then eventually assisted in the execution of the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
So talking about the scene itself, if you remember, there was, and correct me if I'm wrong, a living room, makeshift bedroom, sort of past the kitchen in the residence, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And was the body found in that room?
Yes, it was.
Where was the body?
The body was lying on the bed that was in that room, kind of lying across the bed.
Okay. Were there blankets?
Yes, there were.
You also noticed blood at the scene?
Yes.
Was there anything unique or interesting about the blood that you saw at the scene?
The blood at the scene was primarily limited to the space of the bed itself. The way that the body was positioned on the bed,
the torso and the neck were up towards the edge of the bed, and then the severed head was not there, so the neck was exposed. And then the blood itself there was some that had like come down from the body directly straight down, but there wasn't I should say hardly any like blood spatter or anything like throughout the room that you may initially think due to the fact that the head was missing.
And just to be clear, there was no blood spatter that you saw?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also find chemical bottles?
Yes.
And where were those found?
There was 2 bottles that were found in the hallway that would lead from this room that was kind of the makeshift bedroom, more like a living room style, but it had the bed in it. There was a hallway that led from that room to a bathroom, laundry room, as well as out to the garage. And those were found in that hallway.
Okay. And 2 bottles to be exact, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Cleaning agents?
Yes.
And you mentioned you've been with the unit, this specific unit, for 9 years. Was this your first and only decapitation investigation?
Yes.
So it's quite rare. I think you mentioned that previously, right?
Correct.
Ultimately, then, after you conduct this initial execution of the search warrant walkthrough, are you then assigned to canvass sort of the surrounding neighborhood of the residents for video surveillance?
Yes, I assisted with that.
And that essentially becomes your larger role in the investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then, after canvassing for video surveillance at that Paladura address and the neighboring community there, did you then assist with the execution of a search warrant at a 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, I did.
And after assisting with that at the 5510 Porcupine Rim, you then begin to review all of the videos that were ultimately collected from the canvases, correct?
Yes, and the canvas took several days, just in terms of the amount of video that we were able to collect, as well as just the number of houses in both neighborhoods. All of that video was not obtained immediately. It took several days and going back out several times to do the best we could to get as much video as possible.
And I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as states 11A. You're under permission to publish.
Permission granted.
And this here, this would be the neighborhood of Paladura, correct?
Yes.
And all of these little, I guess, yellow thumbtacks there, are those the residences that were canvassed and the area that was canvassed for video surveillance?
I believe so.
Do you have a reason to dispute that that's the area?
I don't, other than just the number of, or the specific addresses and stuff. I'm not sure what they are, but I believe that those, I mean, I know that we canvassed those entire area.
Okay.
So
so you had members of the team with you canvassing as well. It wasn't just you.
Correct.
Is that why you're hesitating a bit?
Yes.
Okay. But you as the collective went ahead and canvassed this entire area with these thumbtacks here.
That is correct.
Okay. And then I also had mentioned permission to publish states 11. We have here another map showing the 5510 Porcupine Rim address. There was some canvassing, as we mentioned, in that location as well, correct?
That's correct.
So I want to start with the canvassing of the Paladura address, which was the neighborhood of the murder scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The actual neighborhood itself was searched, as well as nearby businesses, correct?
That's correct.
During your review of the surveillance footage that was obtained, were there certain videos that ultimately became important as part of the investigation?
Yes, there were.
And why did they become important?
Because we were able to identify specific vehicles that were involved with our associated people to this.
And specifically then, the vehicle located at Paladura was a truck with a trailer attached, is that right?
Correct. It was the 2020 white Chevy truck.
Belonging to Jonathan Willett?
That's correct.
And then also a vehicle of interest was a 2017 Nissan Armada belonging to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
That's correct.
And then at the Porcupine Rim address, there was also a white work van as well as a blue Honda vehicle that was in the driveway, both belonging to a Devyn Willett.
Correct.
And so knowing those vehicles, that's why when you're reviewing the surveillance video, you have those vehicles in mind to see if there's anything of evidentiary value, correct?
That's correct.
So ultimately, you're able to collect from various addresses according to that map, but specifically, you obtained a video from 2696 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes.
And that would be the house next door to the murder scene at 2698, correct?
That's correct.
Then also 2697 Paladura Drive,
Correct.
2701 Paladura Drive,
Yes.
a Chevron at a 201 North Pecos Road,
That's correct.
2699 Fampon Court,
Yes.
as well as 6621 Gray Juniper Road, which would be ultimately near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
You also collected video from a 6505 Taylor Creek Avenue, which also would be near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That was collected, correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, I believe between the parties stipulating, the state would like to move for admission of the surveillance video marked exhibits 622 through 630.
We have no objection to their admission.
All right, 6:22 to 6:30 will be admitted.
So I want to start with the house next door to the murder scene. That would be at 2696 Paladura Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was a video that you had determined had some evidence or some information that was helpful to the case, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
Are you able to see that on the monitor in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I have published states 625, which is that 2696 Paladura Drive. Do these appear to be the files that were obtained from that address?
Yes, they are.
I am going to play the file XPTM5940. And I'm going to pause it here. Before I start playing this, I just want to talk a little bit about this video. So it looks like there is no date and time stamp on this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you were ultimately the individual that collected this video, correct?
Yes.
And so when you collected the video from the homeowner or the individual that lived at the home, you were able to see on their phone what the date and time stamp was. Is that right?
That's correct.
So even though we don't have the date and time stamp on here, we have your testimony of what you saw on their phone, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, in the top right-hand corner, do we see a vehicle there?
Yes, we do.
And what type of vehicle is that?
That's a Nissan Armada.
Playing? I'm going to stop it at 35 or 36 seconds. What do we see there in the top right-hand corner, sort of past the Nissan Armada?
What you're seeing there is Jonathan's 2020 white Chevy 2500 truck. It's distinctive because of the two flags that are displayed in the back, and then he has the trailer connected to the back that he's towing as well.
Playing at 36 seconds. And ultimately in this video, we see that vehicle doing essentially a U-turn and now going past that 2698 Paladura Drive address, correct?
That's correct.
And we're able to also determine what time this occurred based off of other surveillance video, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically from 2697 Paladura Drive. The corresponding time would be 8:18 p.m.?
Correct. 8:18, approximately 43 seconds. It passes the front of the house across the street.
And we will get to that in a second, just so I don't have to switch the discs out.
Okay.
There is another file of note, UNDM 8045. I'm going to go ahead and play that. And stopping it there. Again, what do we see in the top right-hand corner?
We see the same Nissan Armada.
Okay. Playing. And ultimately in that video, what is of evidentiary note?
In that video that you're able to see outside of the screen, what apparently is probably a vehicle pulling up, because you're able to see the headlights of that vehicle that comes to a stop and is illuminating the Nissan Armada based on where it's parked. And from viewing that, it appears that that vehicle would have parked directly in front of 2698 Paladura.
Because this camera is next door 2696, correct?
Correct.
Now UCUF 1169, publishing. What did we see in that video?
In that video, it appears to be the same headlights that are on, just because the shadows are the same as they were in the previous video that we just watched. And then you're able to see what appears to be two figures that are moving just based on the shadows. And then because there's audio with this, you're also able to hear that those people are talking.
Were you able to determine the time frame of this video?
The determination on this time frame was based off of another camera when the truck returned to the neighborhood. So this would be at approximately 22:12.
And that would be PM?
Correct.
Now, just to go to the next video where you found something interesting. ALN M6052, publishing. And I want to pause it there at 7 seconds. What did we see in this video?
We saw the flash of the rear lights on the Nissan Armada, which is often consistent with someone unlocking a car.
Playing again. And what did we see there?
The driver's side door of the vehicle was opened.
Playing an 18. And there?
Another flash of the lights.
Did we also hear something?
And we did hear something.
What did it appear to be?
Possibly a locking or unlocking of the doors.
And what do we hear there?
But there we hear the engine of the vehicle starting.
Okay. And did it appear that someone entered the vehicle prior to the start?
Correct. It appeared that somebody entered into the driver's seat.
And what did we see there?
There we saw the vehicle, the Nissan Armada, slowly pull forward. The brake lights seemed to be activated, which made it appear that the vehicle was just pulling forward and was going to stop just out of the view of the camera.
Okay. And what home was it going in front of?
By the direction that it was going, since it was pulling straight like that, it would be directly in front of 2698 Paladura, and it would be nose to nose with the 2020 Chevy truck that had already parked along the very front of the house.
And that was the home of the murder, correct?
That is correct.
And the time frame for that, through your investigation, you were able to look at different information in this case to determine time frames, correct?
Correct.
And we know that the Nissan had been activated prior to 11 p.m. Is that right?
The video we just watched.
Yes.
The timestamp on that one was actually 23:05:46 seconds, and that was from the home, the resident who actually had the video. That was from her cellular device. And
So that would
being able to see
be
the timestamp on it.
11:05 p.m. for us laymen?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now going to FE 4489FC file, publishing. Thank you. I'm gonna pause it there. What did we see there?
There we saw lights flashing from when you're looking at the screen from the right out of the screen, but it illuminated the screen, and they're consistent with what we had seen earlier with somebody activating the car, like unlocking or locking a car.
Playing. And what did we see in that video?
In that video, you see, after hearing the engine start of a vehicle, you then see a vehicle back into view, and it appears to be the same Nissan Armada that we'd seen earlier.
Okay. And based on you looking at the resident's cellular phone, did that appear to have occurred at 2:04 in the morning?
Correct.
And just to orient us, publishing states 9. Are you able to use that mouse and hover over the address of that surveillance video we just watched?
Yes. So the pointer of the mouse is over 2696, which is where that surveillance was from.
Okay, so it would be right next door to the flag or the pin there, which would be the murder, the house of the murder, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next address of importance was a 2697 Paladura Drive, correct?
Correct.
Using that same map, States 9 Publishing, can you orient us where this address is with the mouse?
Yes, so
Don't click.
2697 is going to be across the street on the corner, right here at the corner of Paladura and Caroline Laurel Street.
Publishing, State 626, excuse me. We see a video file there, correct, sir?
Yes.
And here we're focusing sort of at the top center of the screen, right?
That's correct.
And ultimately what we see in this video is a vehicle do a U-turn at the intersection of Paladura Drive and Carolina Laurel Street, correct?
That's correct.
And we have a date listed there as August 6, 2023?
Yes.
And what time?
0819, and it had gone up to 17, but started at 081838.
Next, turning to 2701 Paladura Drive. Can you please orient us at States 9?
I believe it's going to be this house right here. So it's going to be, it's 2701 is going to be across the street and just like one house to the west. So not directly across the street from the residence, from our residence of where the homicide occurred.
Sort of catty corner.
Correct.
Publishing 2701. Specifically 627. Now, was there something unique about this particular camera? Was it motion activated? Was it always on? Something else?
No, this camera was motion activated. It was motion activated by what appeared to be by the residents themselves moving around in their driveway or in front of their residence.
Have some long file names here, correct?
Yes.
So I'm not going to play every single video, but the members of the jury will have time to review those if they'd like to, but there were particular videos that showed interesting things. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is specifically the file 2AA341-707, BE3055, BCD0241, C3B0F77BD0. Lots of letters and numbers, correct?
Yes.
All right, so in the top right-hand corner of this file, what do we see there?
Besides the timestamp, you're also able to see across the street to the residence, 2698 Paladura, where the murder had occurred.
And what date do we see there?
It's 2023-0806, so August 6th,
And what time?
18:26:58.
And can you do the math for me, what time that would be?
6:26, almost 6:27 at night, or in the afternoon, evening.
6:27 in the evening,
Correct.
playing? And specifically with the 2698 address, what did we see the individual doing that was in the screen?
It appeared that there was a male that was loading items or arranging items in the trailer that was parked in the driveway.
Turning to the file ending in 105 DD, starting with FC4. I'm going to pause it there. Do we see a date and time stamp? And can you please read it?
Yes, we do. It's 2023-0806, and then the timestamp is 21/11/47, which would be 9/11/47 p.m.
And
Which exhibit? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but which exhibit is this one?
this is the same exhibit, 627. File starts with FC4, ends with 105 DD.
105 DD?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. And we're specifically looking of evidentiary value at the top right-hand corner, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that? That's the home of where the murder took place, correct?
It is the home of where the murder occurred. The garage door is closed, and the truck that had been backed up with the trailer in the driveway is no longer there.
Okay. Now turning to file starting with FDD, ending in 79B5. Pausing there. What do we see there as the date and time?
Date and time is going to be 2023-0807 for the date, and the time is going to be 080954. So 8:09 in the morning.
Thank you. That one's a little bit easier. What do we see in the top right-hand corner?
So we're able to see in the top right-hand corner is Jonathan's truck is now parked on the roadway in front of the residence with the trailer still attached, and it's parked facing essentially the opposite direction of traffic. You're also able to see that the garage door is partially open, but the significance that I saw from this video is the fact that the truck is parked consistent with what we had seen in the video from the residence directly next door, the 2696 house, where we had seen the headlights that had arrived during the night, and then the two shadows. So that would kind of corroborate the fact that he had parked his truck in that manner that night when they had arrived, and that's how we also found it when we arrived.
So essentially the Nissan Armada and that truck would have been nose to nose at that previous video that we saw.
Correct.
During the night.
Correct.
And it's still in that same position in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also canvass for video at a Chevron?
Yes.
And you obtained video from that location at 201 North Pecos Road, is that right?
Yes.
Why was that important?
It was learned that they had stopped at that Chevron after, actually I should say, as they were returning from 5510 Porcupine Rim, they had stopped at that Chevron prior to getting back to the Paladura house.
Publishing 622. There were 2 gas stations that we obtained surveillance video from, correct?
The gas station that I was aware of that we collect video was the 201 North Purpose Road, and that was the Chevron Terrible Hearst.
Publishing 623. Opening the file, camera 7. And I'm just going to pause immediately. In the bottom left-hand corner, do we see a date and time there? And if we do, please read it into the record.
The date is 08/06/2023, and the time is 22:04:01, which would be 10:04 at night.
Playing. And pausing it there at 22:04, what did we see come into the screen?
We see the white 2020 Chevy truck towing the trailer.
And that would be Jonathan Willette's truck and trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Playing. And do we see anything else of evidentiary value in this camera angle?
No.
Now you obtained another camera angle, correct?
Correct.
Publishing camera 9. Pausing there. Can you please read the date and time stamp into the record there?
Date is 08/06/2023, and the time on it is 22:04:02, 10:04 at night.
And can you describe the angle of this camera?
This camera is looking what would be east, so it's looking into the parking lot area and the gas pump area of the Chevron Terrible's gas station. It's on the south side of the building.
Playing. Pausing there at 22:04 and 41 seconds, what do we see there?
We see the white Chevy truck with the trailer belonging to Jonathan.
Say that again, I'm
Belonging to Jonathan.
sorry. And it's sort of parked in between these 2 sets of palm trees.
Correct. It will stop and park right between those.
And the actual store belonging to the Chevron, would that be to the left of the screen?
Yes.
Playing. And we see someone getting out of the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
As well as the driver's side?
Yes.
Passenger appears to be female.
Correct.
Driver appears to be male.
That's correct.
And now they are walking towards the actual Chevron store, is that right?
Yes.
And they are still appear to be out of frame, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to scrub a bit into the video. So stopping it at 22:10, according to the timestamp on the video, we now see that female and male walking back towards Jonathan's vehicle, correct?
Yes, we do.
And that's about 5-ish minutes since they left to outside of the screen, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Male gets in driver's side,
Yes.
female gets in passenger side.
Correct.
Lights on the vehicle activated, correct?
Yes.
And at about 22:11:06, the vehicle with the trailer then pulls away. Is that right?
That's correct. It pulls
And it-
forward and it's going to proceed over to Windmill Parkway. It's going to turn right, which would be westbound on Windmill Parkway, which is going back towards the Paladura neighborhood.
Turning your attention now to 2699 Van Palm Court. That was near the Paladura address. Is that right?
Correct. It's a house just to the south. Or excuse me, not a house, a street to the south of Paladura.
Are
It's
you
on a
able to
cul-de-sac
use
street.
that mouse and orient us, please?
Yes. So this cul-de-sac street right here is Fan Palm Court, and 2699 is the house at the end of the cul-de-sac right there.
So it would essentially be the street on the parallel, the street beneath the Paladura address, right?
That's correct.
And you received a video surveillance from that, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 628. I'm going to play file ending in 324. pausing the video. Can you please read the date and timestamp into the record at the beginning of the video?
Yes, date is 08/06/2023, and the timestamp is 20/13/21, or 8:13 at night.
And can you orient us on this video, which street is which?
Yes, so directly in front of this, where the cul-de-sac ends, this is actually Fan Palm Court, and it's looking out at Charter Oak Street, which is a street that leads from in and out of the neighborhood, but from Polladura over to Windmill.
Playing. I'm gonna scrub. I'm gonna pause there at 20:19:45. What do we see towards the top of the screen?
Towards the top of the screen on Charter Oaks, you're able to see Jonathan's 2020 white Chevy truck towing the trailer, and they're proceeding southbound on Charter Oaks towards Windmill.
And that would be the exit or the entrance of the Polladura neighborhood.
Correct.
Publishing the next file ending in 441. Beginning of the video, date and timestamp. Could you read that into the record, please?
Date 08/06/2023 with a timestamp of 22/04/38, which is 10:04 at night.
And play the video starting at 22:11 and 16 seconds. Stopping at 22:12 and 7 seconds. What do we see there at the top of the screen?
We now see Jonathan's Chevy truck with the trailer. However, this time he's now driving northbound, and this coincides with coming from the Chevron, coming up Windmill, turning onto Charter Oaks, and this will be the direction going back to his house as he's going towards Polladura.
So he's now entering the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
Publishing file ending in 128. Can you please read that date and timestamp into the record?
Yes, date's gonna be 08/07/2023, and the timestamp is 02/01/26, so 2:01 in the morning.
So several hours later, but same camera view, correct?
That's correct.
Now into the early morning hours of August 7th on approximately 2:01 in the morning.
Correct.
Playing at 2:04, 3 seconds. Stopping there at 2:04 and 36 seconds. What did we see there?
You see a vehicle that's on Charter Oaks, appears to be the Nissan Armada, and it's traveling southbound, which will be coming from the Paladura street and address and going towards Windmill.
Towards the exit of the community, correct?
Correct.
Did you say correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now at 2:17, Charter Oaks, ultimately we see an activation as well, correct?
That's correct.
And what does that activation show us at 2:04 in the morning?
It shows a vehicle that's passing by, turning from Paladura onto Charter Oaks. The house right here is able to, it gets an activation, and it appears to be the Nissan Armada as it's leaving Paladura and turning onto Charter Oaks.
And did you also canvass for video at 2699 Basalm Pear Court?
Yes.
Okay, can you orient us where that is?
Yes. So Basalm Pear Court is the street to the north of Paladura. Here's Paladura, and it's the street right here that also ends in a cul-de-sac at the end. 2699 was actually directly behind the house where the murder occurred.
And were you able to locate any surveillance video from that?
Yes, the resident there was able to provide activations from their surveillance system.
What was that, sir?
Yes, the resident there was able to provide activations from their surveillance system that they had.
Anything of evidentiary note?
Evidentiary note, no. There was activity, some of the residents coming and going, walking their dog, and a little bit of activity on the street, but nothing that was suspicious in nature.
And then how about 2706 Basalm Pear, that same street?
Yes. And
Can you orient us, please?
Yes, that would actually be up here at the very end of the cul-de-sac. So they border, their sidewall actually bordered with Charter Oaks.
Anything of evidentiary value from that?
No, only thing that they did provide video. The only thing that we did see on that was actually the residents themselves just at their home.
So same as the other there?
Correct.
Nothing suspicious, no one jumping walls, anything of that nature?
That is correct.
No odd vehicles coming through?
No.
Now, did you also canvass the African Violet Street?
Yes, it was canvassed.
Can you please orient us on that?
Okay, so African Violet is going to be the roadway up here. Has a cul-de-sac down at the east end of it, and then when you come up to the west, it actually comes up to Charter Oak Street.
Anything of evidentiary value from that?
No, there was not. Video was provided, but there was nothing suspicious, just homeowners and the vehicles that belonged there.
Now, nothing suspicious in that surveillance either, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew the important vehicles of this case, the Nissan Armada, the Honda, as well as the work van, and then Jonathan's truck, right?
That's correct. But also, in addition, while viewing all this video surveillance, when I say nothing suspicious was observed, looking for anybody that might possibly been, essentially sneaking in the neighborhood or looking like they're not sure if they're supposed to be there, as well as vehicles that are driving erratically that may, like trying to be fleeing a scene or, not familiar with the neighborhood that they're in.
And so after reviewing these videos related to the home murder scene itself, you're able to eliminate anyone from jumping the wall or anything of that nature in the videos, correct?
That's correct.
Now I want to flip back to that Chevron. There was video surveillance taken from inside that Chevron, correct?
That's correct.
And at this time, I believe between stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit 623A, 623B, and 623C, showing the stills from that surveillance video.
Yes, we have no objection to this. However, the entire video has been marked and admitted.
The entire video has been released?
Yes, yes.
The video from inside the store? We've only seen the video outside the store.
Correct.
Court's indulgence. So at this time, Your Honor, we have not admitted the full video just yet. However, we will be doing so, but these are just stills from the video.
Okay.
So the state moves for admission.
No objection.
There's no objection to the stills which are the videos again?
Specifically 623A, 623B, and 623C, Your Honor.
Those have been admitted.
Permission to publish.
Permission.
Showing you 623A. Does this appear to be a still from the surveillance video obtained from the Chevron?
Yes.
And what do we see in this video?
This video is showing the doorway, the entrance to the actual convenience store itself. And here you're able to see Devyn and Jonathan entering the store.
And is there, what is Devyn wearing in this photo?
In this, she has a white tank top, blue shorts, and then dark, appears to be Nike athletic shoes.
And is there something on her shoulder?
Yes.
What is that?
Like a backpack style purse bag.
So then showing you 623B, is that a close-up of that backpack style purse?
Yes, it is.
And again, the blue shorts and white tank top, correct?
That's correct.
623C, just another angle of them leaving the store, correct?
Yes.
During the investigation, you had also learned that the Devyn Michaels had gone to a CVS store, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And so based on that, you obtained video surveillance from that location?
Yes, it was obtained.
Publishing 624. Specifically 8320 Cheyenne Ave, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to play the file drive through outside. And do we see a date and time stamp there? And if so, please read it into the record.
The date 08/07/2023, timestamp is 2:28:02 a.m.
And that's when the vehicle is pulling into the drive-through, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the drive-through to the pharmacy?
Yes, it is.
And what type of vehicle is that?
This is a Nissan Armada.
And this is the Nissan Armada belonging to Miss Michaels, correct?
Yes, it is.
Playing. Do we see, what do we see inside the vehicle?
You see female in a white tank top in the driver's seat, and she's the only subject or person that you can see inside the vehicle.
So no other individual visible inside this vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Passing things back and forth, right?
That's correct.
And the vehicle is now leaving that drive-through at approximately 2:30 in the morning on August 7th, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that you also canvassed for video at and around the 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes, it was canvassed.
And that address had evidentiary value because that is the home of Miss Michaels, correct?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of canvassing around that neighborhood?
To see when her car would come and go, as well as any other vehicles associated to that address, so that we could just see the activity that occurred and match it up also with the other video that we'd already collected and reviewed.
Publishing. Seats 11. Do you recognize this map?
Yes, this is the neighborhood with the Porcupine Rim address.
And the Porcupine Rim address, the 5510, would be that red flag there, correct?
That's correct.
And did you collect, or I guess, did you canvass a 5530 Porcupine Rim address?
Yes.
Can you please orient us where that is?
Believe from this map it's going to be this house right here. So it's right at the, it's where the gray juniper turn happens to turn onto Porcupine Rim.
Now, how many entrances and exits does this particular neighborhood have?
This neighborhood only has one entrance and exit, and that's onto Ann Road.
Can you please use the mouse to go over to that?
So it's right here.
And there's no other entrance, no other exit for vehicles, correct?
For vehicles, that's correct.
So 5530, you did meet with the homeowners there. They had some activations of note.
Yes.
And what were they?
They had two specific activations of note, one of which occurred at roughly 21:01 hours or 9:01 p.m., where the Jonathan's truck and trailer arrived in the neighborhood and turned in front of that street, in front of that house to travel down the street towards the 5510 address. And then the second activation of note was at roughly 02:42 hours on the morning of the 7th, and that is when the Nissan Armada arrives in the neighborhood and turns from the Gray Juniper address, or excuse me, street onto the Porcupine Rim Street and proceeds towards 5510.
Do you see the white work van between those operative hours coming and going from
No.
that address?
No, I do
How
not.
about that blue Honda belonging to Devyn?
No.
Just Jonathan's vehicle and Devyn's, correct?
During those hours, that's correct.
Which time span did you look for videos from that address?
From that address, the time span was, believe it was 8 o'clock at night on the 6th until 6 in the morning on the 7th.
And in that time frame, you only see, of note, the Nissan Armada, as well as Devyn's Nissan Armada, as well as Jonathan's truck and trailer. Excuse me.
That's correct.
No white work van, no blue Honda.
No.
Did you then obtain video surveillance from the home of 6621 Gray Juniper?
It was obtained, yes.
Can you please orient us where that is?
I believe it's going to be the house right here. So it's on Gray Juniper, and it faces north, and it's able to view the access from Ann Road into the neighborhood.
So it's able to view the only entrance and exit from that neighborhood, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And just moving back to 5530 Porcupine Rim for the record. Playing file 2101. And I believe bottom right-hand corner, we have a date and time stamp there, is that right?
Yes.
And what does that read?
08/06/2023 for the date, and 2101, I believe 36 is the seconds on that. So 9:01 at night.
Okay. And what did we see in this video?
You were able to see Jonathan's truck and trailer as it turned from the Gray Juniper onto Porcupine Rim.
So essentially coming from the entrance exit street, essentially.
Yes.
And turning the corner onto Porcupine Rim.
That's correct.
Playing 0242 file. Can you tell us the date and time stamp there?
Date's going to be 08/07/2023 with a time of 02/42/50, so 2:42 in the morning.
And playing from the beginning, what do we see there?
And there you see the Nissan Armada is traveling from the entrance of down Gray Juniper and then turning onto Porcupine Rim and going towards the 5510 address.
And that would be Devyn's Nissan Armada, correct?
That's correct.
So now going back to that 6621 Gray Juniper. Publishing for the record 6/29. Now, this video is slow to real time, is that right?
That's correct.
How many, is it about 3 minutes slow?
It's 3 minutes slow. So the timestamp on the video itself is 3 minutes behind actual time.
Okay. Playing the first file, 512. We have a date and time stamp here.
Yes, the date's going to be 08/06/2023 with a time of 08/05/19 p.m.
Do we see Jonathan's truck enter the neighborhood here?
So
some
far on
point.
this, he entered the neighborhood at roughly 9 o'clock at night. I apologize. On this one, it'll actually be, because of the 3 minute slow, it will be at 8:57 on this, based on the timestamp on this video.
And that's because it's 3 minutes slow, correct?
That's correct.
Playing at 8:56, 45 seconds. They're at 8:57, 36 seconds. What do we see?
We see Jonathan's white Chevy truck with the trailer entering off of Ann Road into the neighborhood, and then it proceeds to turn down Gray Juniper towards Porcupine Rim.
Playing 1002. Ultimately, we see Jonathan's vehicle leaving, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall about what time?
On this one with the timestamp, it'll be at 09:29 on this time, because he actually exits it at 09:32.
Playing at 09:28. We see headlights there at 029.
Yes.
Sorry, 0929.
Yes.
Then what do we see there?
Once again, we see Jonathan's truck towing the trailer, and he's exiting the neighborhood, stopping at the stop sign at Ann Road. And then after waiting for traffic, he does proceed turning left on Ann Road.
And goes out of screen, correct?
Correct.
Playing 3413. What's the date and time stamp for this?
08/07/2023 is the date, and 02/34/20 a.m. is the time.
So hours later, correct, from the
That's
previous
correct.
video?
Correct.
And in this video, we'll see the Nissan Armada, is that right?
Yes, we will.
At 2:39, 28 seconds, is that Nissan Armada?
Yes, it is. Just turned in off of Ann Road and is proceeding down Great Juniper towards Porcupine Rim.
Playing 5338. Date and time stamp on this one.
Date is 08/07/2023 with a time of 06:53:48 seconds.
And in this video, we see Devier's white work van leaving the neighborhood, correct?
Yes, we will.
There at 7:31:54 seconds. What did we see there?
There we see the white work truck belonging to Devier.
What is it doing here?
It's exiting the neighborhood. It's currently at the stop sign waiting to turn onto Ann Road. And then it proceeds to turn left on Ann Road and out of view.
Okay. At 5829, playing that file. Specifically at, oh, date and time stamp again.
Date on this one, 08/07/2023, and time is 07:58:40 hours, a.m.
And in this, we will see the Devyn's Nissan Armada leaving at about 8 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And is that there?
Yes. Her vehicle pulled up to the stop sign and turned left onto Ann Road.
Then at 8:02:50, I believe we see her Nissan Armada return, correct?
Yes, we do.
So about 2 minutes later, it's coming back into the neighborhood, correct?
Approximately, yes.
(8:02:48).
Correct. You see it turn from Ann Road into the neighborhood, turns left on Great Juniper and proceeding towards Porcupine Rim.
And on this date, on August 7th of 2023, do we see trash cans in the road there?
Yes, we do.
So it appears to be trash day, is that right?
Yes.
Then fast forwarding, same video to about 8:08. 808, what do we see there?
We see Devyn's Nissan Armada just turned from Great Juniper. It's up at the stop sign, about to turn onto Ann Road.
And so a few minutes after it had just come into the neighborhood, it's going back out, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also canvass a 6505 Taylor Creek?
Yes, that was also, video was obtained from there as well.
And that would be related to Porcupine Rim, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you orient us on there?
Yes. So the house that you're talking about is this corner house right here. Again, where you can have a kind of a line of sight to 5510 Porcupine Rim.
And I don't know that I moved to admit this, Your Honor. The state is now moving to admit state 660.
No objection.
Publishing. Playing 452. Is there something, oh, sorry, date and time stamp at the bottom right? Could you read that into the record, please?
Yes, the date's going to be 08/07/2023, and the timestamp is 06/2056 in the morning.
Is there something of evidentiary value that we see in this video?
Yes, so from this video, you're able to see over to 5510 Porcupine Rim. Specifically, you're able to see parked in the street is Devyer's work truck, and it's parked at the corner. You're able to see the stop sign and the street sign, and so it kind of gives us an orientation on where his truck is parked. And then you can also see behind his truck, you can see the Nissan Armada in the driveway.
Can you please, I don't know if you're able to hover with the mouse of the work van, so we know where we're looking.
So the white van right here is the work van.
Playing. Again, trash day.
Yes.
Playing 2506. Date and timestamp.
Date is 08/07/2023. Timestamp is 06/21/27 in the morning.
Is this the same?
It's essentially immediately after.
Okay.
It's just a continuation of the one we watched before, essentially.
And again, seeing Devier's work van, correct?
That's correct.
.0738, is this a video as well?
Yes, it is.
Now, I don't see a date and timestamp on this video, but is this another situation where you were able to determine the date and timestamp when looking at the video on the homeowner's device?
It's also embedded in the name of the video itself. So with the name of the video being 2023-0806, that notates the date of the actual video, and then the 09/07/38 notates the time. So it'd be 090738, 38 p.m.
Okay, and what you're referring to is sort of in that top left-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay, so 9:07 p.m. On August 6, 2023.
Correct.
Playing. Oh, sort of quick there.
Yes, it is.
So what do we ultimately see in this video?
Also, you're able to see that Jonathan's work truck has backed into, Jonathan's truck, the Chevy, has backed into the driveway of 5510 with the trailer attached. And then it also shows Devier's work truck parked in the street, and the work truck essentially appears to be in the same location that it's observed in the morning videos.
So it doesn't appear to have moved
That's
from
correct.
its location in the morning versus this evening video, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as part of the overall investigation in this case, showing states 11, there's a Rebecca Road here, which would be on the back side of that 5510 Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
And that street was canvassed for video, correct?
Yes, it was.
And no videos were obtained, nothing of evidentiary value, nothing suspicious, anything like that, correct?
That's correct. I was informed that there were no cameras that were observed on those houses. Those houses are also more, essentially, if you want to call them custom lots, so they're larger lots, so there's less homes as well, so less opportunity for there to be cameras.
So at no point during the night of August 6, 2023, do we see Devier's vehicles plural, seen coming or going from the residence, correct?
That's correct.
And we only see his work van ultimately leave at 7:30 in the morning, correct?
That's correct. It's 7 in the morning.
Thank you for correcting me. And just to states 11, hammer home, there is only one entrance and one exit, correct, to this Porcupine Rim neighborhood?
Correct. So in order to enter or exit, you have to turn from Ann Road on this little connector street, which then puts you directly onto Gray Juniper.
And then ultimately Porcupine Rim, correct?
Correct. And then if you drive eastbound on Gray Juniper, this curve right here, the road turns into Porcupine Rim.
And so this 6621 Gray Juniper Ave, this is a full-time video camera. It's not an activation camera, right?
This kept correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ever want to break up the ability of the attorneys to question the witness, so at this point we are going to take our night recess and